Alright. God, I am very red. Hold on, give me a moment to fuck around with my light. Ah, that's a bit worse. Wrong way, wrong way. Definitely wrong way. Alright, whatever, fuck it. I'm just gonna suddenly have a very strong time for the stream. Good enough. Cool. So pretty much picking up exactly where I left off yesterday with the scraping seek. So we got all the scraper working. Scraper seems to be working a-okay. This should work now because now that I'm logged in, it did not work. Oh, no! Anyway, that doesn't matter. Let's jump back. Oh, shit. Fuck. Hang on. Actually, am I logged in? Hold up. The easiest way to find out is just go back here. I'm not logged in. All right, let me log in first, and then we'll be able to do it. Cool. So, yeah, so currently at this point in time, we've successfully got it scraping every job on Seek by keywords. We still have the issue of multiple job listings on Seek on multiple pages with exactly the same job ID. So we're going to need to add in somehow. Let's see if we can find any, let's just order it by job ID real quick. And there we go. There's a perfect example. Let's find this. Yeah. So we got, oops, shit, fuck. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these 4 jobs, right, that are listed on Seek are on entirely different pages. And they're literally exactly the same ID. But if you go on to, if you're looking for a job, if you go on to Seek, you go to search. Let's go PHP again in Australia. So you have pages like this, right? Allegedly, there's 1,500. But as you go through each of them and you go down, you go to the next page, you get another, I don't know, like 50, 100 maybe. But it appears that they seem to duplicate them and list them multiple times so that it looks like there's more fucking jobs than there actually is. All right, let me, I don't want to paste that. I want to find that. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 of exactly the same job. To be fair, this one does say multiple positions, so maybe they are hiring multiple positions, but Seek's listed it multiple times, which is just absolute dog can't move. Shit can't move, honestly. Absolute dog act. Anyway, so we're going to need to add some kind of either a check when we scrape to go through and pull all of these out. And I just heard a ding. Give me a moment to pop chat out so I can actually see what's going on. Pop out chat. Where the hell did it just go? There we go. Cool. Let me just hide chat as well. Like I'll move it behind my screen. Whoop, wrong way. Fuck, wrong way once again. Let's shrink this bad boy down. There we go. Cool. Now I can see chat. Thank you for the follow. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. I apologize, but actually, hold on. I got X would you bottle pll smiley face. Hopefully I pronounced that properly. But anyway, thanks for subscribing as I quote Seek shit cunts. Anyway, yeah, so I'm not too sure if I want to, during the scrape, if I want to validate against the existing job IDs in the database, or if I'm just going to say fuck it, scrape everything, and I'll need to set up a more or less cron job, let's say scrape it daily, and then have another job that runs in between each of the actual scrapes, so to go through, sanitize all the data, and delete any duplicates. I think that might be the better way of doing it, just because it takes less brain power to work out how to do that, but it takes significantly more computational power. I'll just see if I'm able to run it from in here again. Not apply. I want to scrape. Actually, let's just truncate this real quick, so we'll drop everything. Boop. Yep. And I'm just going to make a quick change to not this one, the other one. So I have a big thing in here that, just for the sake of explanation, Oh god, I've got too many fucking windows open. All right, here's Seek, right? Let's go back to the job search. Let's shrink this one back down, and I've got chat loose. So these are over on the left, once they load up, these cards are actually where I'm pulling the data from. And they have here a short description. But when you click on it and go to the page, you get a nice long description for the job, right? I had set it up to go in there and actually get the long description, but because there are literally thousands of jobs that are coming up when I do the search, that means hitting each of those pages individually for it, which takes a very long time. But for the sake of both demonstration and because fuck's sake, if we accidentally DDoS them, so be it. And let me just check what I called it. I think it's scrape jobs. Yep. Now this might fail. And the reason this might fail is, so I wrote this 2 or 3 days ago. At that point in time, the scraping worked fine. But since that point, and as of yesterday, they've implemented a bunch of fail-safes and checks that managed to pick up that I was actually scraping it. So I need to run it from my the Docker host instead of the Docker container. That way I can just import all of my configuration and all that good stuff from my actual browser, so it looks more like a legitimate user, and then the scraping will work. So I'm going to run this and see if it works, but it might fail. Yep, it failed. All right, so what I'm going to do is jump into here, and I'm going to switch out the database host. So it is like more or less the Docker container. I'm exposing the database port, and I'm just going to run it from my whatchamacallit, from the Docker host, and let's fucking go. Apologies for the advertisement. I haven't paid for Spotify. But yeah, as you can see, ooh, actually, shit, I have fucked up the long description. I commented it out. My bad. All right, let's drop that table again. Operations. Actually, it looks empty, so that might be fine. Cool. Let's run it again. And hopefully it'll work this time. Yep, cool. There we go. So you can see these huge blocks of text are the long description. So this will take a while to run because, well, it's processing thousands of things. Running it without getting the long description actually doesn't take too long. Like it might take a minute or so. Running it when we do this, because we start to get rate limited every now and then we need to wait for it, and then we run it again, go to the next page, wait a couple of seconds, etc., etc. It takes a lot longer. So let's just refresh the database so we can see it all populated in there. And there we go. So now we've got the full long description as well. But yeah, like I mentioned, the job ID, we're still getting duplicates. And the weirdest part of it is, so like, let's look at this one. I think this is a duplicate. Whoop. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so these two are duplicates listed separately. So this was the first result. This was the 17th result. One of them has a date listed and one of them doesn't. Like there is some wacky stuff going on at at Seek. But anyway, so the point that I got to yesterday, this will complain because I've just changed the database connection for it to be like localhost, which obviously won't work for the Docker container. So we're going to need to let it finish scraping, and then I'll switch the database connection back, and it will work internally. But this might take a while, as I mentioned. Oh, hang on. I don't know if this is scraping complete, or if this is just this page is being completed, because I'm pretty sure I've got it spitting that out after every page because I'm a bit silly. Yeah, that's on every page. So it looks like we're getting 22 jobs per page. So the application process, I just started to work on that last night, and I totally forgot that I'm going to need to cookie jack myself. So I'm going to need to sign in on Seek just through a normal browser, and then I'm going to need to work out which cookies I need to yoink from my actual session and import them into my virtual browser that I'm using for all of this good stuff so that I can apply. And at that point, that's when we start to incorporate some AI bullshit into it. So I'm not too sure if I want to allow for logging in as well through the virtualized browser. The issue with that is that Seek has implemented a mandatory two-factor authentication mechanism. That isn't a huge issue, and the reason it isn't a huge issue is because I want to... Hang on, let me just pop it up because I think it's on this one. Yep, this one. So I've got a IMAP set up. IMAP? Yeah, IMAP set up to my main email. So every application that I make, you get email from Seek, right? So I've set up a connection to my email account that'll go through and search for everything from Seek. Then categorize it very broadly into things like application submitted confirmations, because you get these for pretty much all of them. I just made a generic one called remaining emails. So this is anything that doesn't exactly fit a term that I've already set up to classify, like the application confirmation. You will be a strong candidate for this role ones. So I've got another tab for that. And I've got another classification for when people respond to you. So the reason that it's not going to be an issue, that I don't think it'll be an issue with their two-factor authentication, they put the bloody thing in the subject line. So I don't know if you guys can see this. I'm going to zoom right in on it. If you see this, 790489 is your code for Seek. So I might not have to actually do anything wacky to get my cookies. I might just be able to log in, run the IMAP download to pull all of my emails, and just look for any that happen to have the code in it. Pass the code out, enter the code in, and bada boom, we are logged in. God, this is taking a fair while, like I said, because it's pulling a long description for each of the jobs. And there are a lot of them. It says that there's 1,567. So let's see how many we end up with in the database at the end of this. We're currently only sitting on 220. Maybe I shouldn't have gone with the long description and just done that manually. But anyway, yeah. So I'm just gonna have to monologue a little bit while it goes through 10 times as many job listings as it already has. But yeah. Yeah, so at this point, oh god, I can't even jump around the site because it is set to the wrong database. Well, the database is set up so I can connect to it from the Docker host, not the wrong database. So I just finished off implementing, not that one, this one. So this will go through and pass out all of the folders that I have in my email. So I've got things like archive shopping, blah, 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 bulk, daily coding challenges. EVE Online, I made a special folder for it. But the important ones and relevant ones for this application are going to be job applications, and job applications follow up. So once I can show you the dashboard again, and once I can change the database connection back so I can actually access the bloody thing. Actually, hang on, can I go profile? No, I can't, because that also actually pulls from the database. Yes, it does. So we just finished setting it up to allow for specifying which folder you want what things to go into. And then I'll need to do a couple of things with moving the emails around, because obviously when I start applying for 2,000 jobs in 10 minutes, I don't want that shit in my inbox. I don't want to have to manually deal with it. So we're going to automatically pass it out, shove it into this folder, and then flag any that get a response. Another upside of this is going to be, if we look at the database, just for like the job listings, I've got a value in here for applied, application outcome, and the applied date. I should probably add another column in here for if they respond at all, or if they like view it. Let me just jump into my account on Seek and let's go like applied jobs, right? So in here, we can see some information like, here's when I applied, blah, 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 blah. If any of these have even been opened. Okay, this one actually got denied. Oh, there we go. There's one that was viewed. So I might add in additional checks to this page specifically so that we can get additional information about if they are even viewing them. So we can say, store it in this database. Here's when I applied. Here's when they viewed it. And if they responded or not. I've seen a lot of people do this with spreadsheets, but I hate spreadsheets. And I know how to use a database. So yeah, this is going to take a fair while. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have gone for the long description on everything. Anyway, let's just jump back into the code to see what I can do in the meantime. The thing that I was last working on, and I did hard code this one in, was the application method itself. So this was just another command that I set up, just like jobs apply. I did just hard code it into grabbing the first job and go through the process of applying for it. And that's when I realized that I need to fucking log in. So that's where I called it last night at like 2 a.m. Yeah. So I'm going to add in some additional sites as well. And I'll need to add that as well into this job listings table, along with a value for the user ID. Because I don't actually, yeah. All right. So this is the users. Well, there's only one user, my user, and these are all of the folders that I have and the data in there. Because I did reset everything, these are all set to false. And I misspelled sync. I spelled sync with an E. So syncy. But this will set to true for when we set it to true for fuck's sake. Specify a folder to move the you've successfully applied for this job emails, and another one for, hey, here's a follow-up email that you're actually going to need to address. Let's just check on this, how it's going. It's still going. Let's see how many we have in the database at this point. We've got, let me go back. Nope, job listings. 300. All right, this is really, really, really slow. All right, actually, I can't be bothered waiting for this. So I'm going to go back to this and we're going to get rid of the long description. Whoop. We're just not going to put the long description in it. And I'm going to truncate the table again, just so that we can get the ball rolling again and actually start to do some development. All right, cool. This is empty. And then we're just going to boom. So this is going to be a lot faster. And there we go. We've done 22. So that's the first page. It's now loading up the second page. And it should be, boom, 22 in. Actually, it is hanging a little bit still at this point. So maybe I added in a wait somewhere, because I added in a sleep just to avoid getting rate limited, because I thought they were rate limiting me, but it turns out they weren't. So I'm not too sure why this is still hanging at that point. Job 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. 22. Oh, hang on. Oh, fuck's sake. It is pulling the long description still. God damn it. I'm a fucking idiot. Hold up. And comment that up. There we go. All right. We're going to truncate the table one more time. So that's why it was hanging at that point, was because it was populating the long description. All right, let's try this one more time. 22 done. 44 done. There we go. 66 done. All right, that's more like it. 132 done. All right, so if they're being truthful and the listings for PHP is 1,569, we should have exactly that many in the database once this is finished. Seems to be hanging on 132. And it's doubled to 20. 462. 600. 700. 792. Now it's hanging a little bit further. 1,000. 1,210. So this is just scraped every single job that comes up here. So I think they might be telling fibs. Anyway, now that that's done, I can put the database connection back to the internal connection, and we can actually view the goddamn thing. So in the email folders, we can select the primary folder that we want to move these into. So that's going to be job applications. And the follow-ups need to be moved in job application follow-up. And then jumping back into the database, if we take a look at the email folders, we will have these set up as I mentioned earlier. So if we jump back into not the primary dashboard, because this is all just boilerplate, and I'm using a lot of Laravel front-end framework boilerplates that I'm not super familiar with, so it's going to look like shit. But it's also a bit of a learning experience for me to keep up with things. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, so this is just a really shitty table because the front-end framework, it's fucking hell. Let me just check what this was called, because it's the one that they recommend in the fucking Laravel thing. What's it? Is Livewire? Flux. It's Flux, right? This is the Flux. And if you want a actual, what is it? What is it called? Table. Surely, there we go. Table. There we go. If you direct your eyes to this is a pro component, and just so you realize that it's not like a $5, $10. It's a fucking $150 for a single project, and it only comes with 16 of the components, and that includes a table. Your setup reminds me of mine i3 gaps. I've used i3 gaps, and I actually quite liked i3. I'm actually using awesome WM with gaps added in. I'm a big fan of tiling window managers, and honestly, I don't think I could go back to what's it called? Like an actual desktop environment. This shit is Frankensteined with duct tape and prayers. So I am actually running the GNOME desktop environment, like the core of it, just to get the GNOME keyring so everything works properly. But it's very fucking efficient once you get your hang of it. 100%. So pretty much my entire setup is, I think my thing's just frozen. Yep, everything just froze. Cool, there we go. My entire setup is set up to revolve around Vim key bindings because it's the only text editor. Plus looks aesthetic as fuck. It really does. And I spent way too long customizing this. But I've made almost all of these little things, the notifications, blah, 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 all these little drop downs. this little Spotify play thing, this Docker thing that doesn't work correctly half the time. Let's click on it, see if it'll run. Come on, buddy, you can do it. It went to the wrong side of the screen. It's now over here, but yeah. But yeah, no, I really do like tiling window managers. Awesome WM is a great one. It's written in Lua, which so the first thing I ever programmed, right, were like ignoring HTML in Notepad, was a mod for Dawn of War, like that old RTS 40K game. I got a demo of it back in the day when you like used to be able to get demos of games, and the demo actually had more playable races than the demo would allowed. So I just went in there, opened up Notepad++, fucked around with Lua, and got a couple of the other races working in it. I'm using Mac OS nowadays. Spent way too much time configuring rice on Arch. I absolutely love ricing shit. Honestly, like Mac OS is actually pretty good. Like I'd talk shit on it, but it works. It works. That's why people use it. At my last job, literally every other developer used Mac OS. Yeah, like pretty much you get the stability, you get more stability than Windows, and you get access to Linux. So best both worlds. Fuck Windows indeed. Fuck Windows. I have a Surface Book that I used to play RuneScape, and just the I don't know if you've used Windows recently, but like you hit the start key, the Windows key, you type the program you're looking for, and it fucking opens Bing. The fuck you mean you're opening Bing? I'm looking for a file on my computer, on my desktop. Why are you searching for it with Bing? Oh. Oh, also on that note, I currently have it turned off, but I have AdGuard Home running and like Pi-hole and all that shit. And actually, let's just pull it up real quick, because it should be turned off, because I've been doing some stuff with like Google Analytics and I need it to be running and working. Hopefully I have kept... No, I have not. I must have set it to clear the queries. But the Windows computer, and I've got a couple of Alexas around the house as well. My Windows laptop was making like 30,000 telemetry pings a day. So not a fan of Windows, not a fan of Windows at all. But let's get right back into this. I actually don't remember exactly where I was. Not that one. Not that one. There it is. I could probably get rid of this window. So I'll probably start working on moving the emails around. Actually, I'm going to move this back. What I want to do is set up not a story. I want a task. And I'll throw it in the sprint. I want to set up what the fuck's it called? Like frequently occurring things. It's not a queue. It's a queue is what I want to use. Set up cron. Cron for scraping emails and jobs. So there's a couple of Laravel packages that I've used for I've just got too many tabs open everywhere. We're just gonna have a look at here. Laravel. I'll just go here and then I'll go into the packages. It's either Horizon or something else that I will want to set up for probably packages. Maybe Dusk, actually. Hang on, what's Dusk? Use browser automation testing API. That. All right, so when I was first setting up this project, I was expecting that for all of the scraping and like logging in and applying that I would need to use something like Chromium, not Chromium, what's it called? Selenium or something like that. Is Lovely main backend? Everyone talks marvels about it. It isn't my main. I would probably say like Next.js is probably my main, and I've done a shit ton of in WordPress, which lots of people look down on WordPress, but it's actually pretty decent nowadays. Lovo is 100%. It is really good. I hate the front end side of it, which is one of the reasons that I'm like using it for the front end for this. But it is amazing for not exactly microservices, but for like if you want to spin up a quick backend API or things like that, it is amazing. But what the fuck? It also has a lot of like plug and play sort of packages, like the ones that I'm looking at here, like Horizon, which I think is one of the ones I'm considering. Dashboard code and configuration. This one manages your Redis queues. Pulse. I think that's the one that I'm actually looking for. No, it isn't. That one is for actually. Hold on. I'll just install Pulse. I'll show you how easy it is to install like one of the internal thingamwhatsits. And probably Clockwork as well, if I can find it. I had some issues installing Clockwork yesterday, I think. So maybe not Clockwork, but we'll go with, let's copy this. Boom. And boom. All right, so that should, okay, I'm probably gonna need that as well. So let's go here. And I don't remember what the URL is. So let's just pop open the web server. And no, there we go. Boom. So that is actually just to populate the data a little bit. Let's click around a bunch. Let's go here. Let's go there. Let's go back here. Let's go there. Let's go into the user. Blah blah blah. Gonna go in. Just click around a bunch. And back here. So this is just gone through and. Never mind, I don't have caching set up for it because, yeah. But that's how easy it is. What was it, Cielito? So this one, this one. This is Lazy Docker. I will drop a link to it in chat because it is amazing. Honestly, 10 out of 10. And if you think this is cool, the guy that made this also made something called Lazy Git. And so I've made a couple of changes, right? And I'm just gonna pull up Lazy Git. And bada bing, bada boom, we've got a terminal-based TUI Git client. So like I've tried a bunch of them. I've even tried some ones like built in, well, not built into, added it into my NeoVim config. But this is Lazy Git and Lazy Docker, 10 out of 10, especially for things like when you have merge conflicts. Like I can jump into this, I can stage individual chunks and all that kind of shit as well. And otherwise, it's as easy as just saying, I want to stage this, stage that, and then actually you can commit in it. But I have a very messy script setup that will use ChatGPT to generate my commits in conventional commit standards because I'm horrible at writing commits, and it's much better than typing in broke this, broke that. So the only thing that I use ChatGPT for primarily is generating commit messages. Lazy Git. I'll drop a link for that as well. Honestly, they are really good. They are 10 out of 10. Very, very useful for. So just to like go over what I did, so you can see here are all of the Docker containers in the stack that I'm running in this project. So there's a bunch of hotkeys. I don't actually remember if I can. Yep, there we go. So these are like the things, the commands that you can run. Well, the shortcuts that you can run to on the container that you've got currently selected. The main one that I use is Shift E, which will drop you into a terminal in the container. So I'm now in my application container. And if I exit out of that one, and it's either W or capital W, and I keep forgetting which one, it's just W, it will open whatever port you have set to expose on it. Honestly, do it. I've written a couple of things in Rust. One of them is so have you heard of Ollama? Like, so you can run like LLMs locally. I wrote a Twitch integration for it to communicate with a locally running LLM to send messages. And I'm just going to spin this up right now. The issue is it talks like a Redditor. And I don't know how to get it to stop doing that. So give me a moment just to approve it to interact with my account. And I'll authorize this. All right, send a message, just any message into chat, and it will respond to you like a lobotomite. So the reason that I built it out like that is because I eventually will build out like all the like slash commands, that kind of stuff for chat. I ended up just going with with Stream Elements, just because it was like just plug and play, didn't need to worry about having it running, authorized, all that stuff. Why hasn't it just responded to that? There we go. Nice try. Also, sometimes it'll just randomly tag users. I don't know if that person's even in my chat or anything. I can't believe that it actually responded with echo as well. But yeah, it's a bit silly. But it's a lot of fun just to let it run and hassle people in chat when I go AFK. Any shrimps? Alright, so we got 1,200 jobs here. We need to work on the login. So I'm unsure if I should set up a login, like, so in my user account, I don't know if I want to like set up the login in here and then yeah, there we go. It doesn't shut up and fuck up about tacos. Like, literally, it fucking talks like a Redditor, and it just does not stop talking about tacos. Anyway, I'm going to kill that just so it doesn't crash my computer. But yeah, no, definitely have a play around with Rust. I actually think, I definitely could be wrong on this, but I think the lazy Docker and lazy Git are written in Go. I definitely could be wrong on that, but I'm not 100% sure. It is instant responses, and actually, hold on, let me just pull it back up. The reason that it's instant response is because I am running it against the smallest, no, that one, this one, where is it? Free range. This one. I'm running against the smallest llama model. And I've set it to, where is it? I swear I've set a limit on the tokens. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it's just really fast because it is the tiny little model. I did try running it with DeepSeek for a while, and that works really well actually as well. But the issue with the DeepSeek LLM is that it takes a very long time to think. So by the time it came up with a response, it'd be like 2-3 minutes for each response. All right, so I might just make a command to log in. Like I might just make a actual command for it to log in. Or I can jump back to here and actually look at what I should be doing. Yes, this one. All right, so let's start doing this. Let me just commit everything as well. I actually haven't even made a goddamn repo for this yet. So I'm not going to bother making a new branch or anything. Seem like a great engineer, glad I found channel. Thanks, I'm glad that you were enjoying it. I like to think that I'm slightly above average, but not amazing. I just one of the people that actually has familiarity with the systems, which is surprisingly rare in this field. What was I doing? And thank you for the follow. Oh, shit, fuck, nope, I just mashed buttons and almost sent random shit into chat. Alright, hang on. God, I've just forgotten what I was doing once again. Setting up the cron, alright. So I'm not too sure if I want to use a Redis queue for it, which probably might be a good method. Let's just skim over some of these. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Blazingly fast scale to WebSocket communication. I don't need to do any WebSockets with it at this point. I think Sanctum is authentication, right? Yep. What the fuck's Scout? Full text search. Don't need to do that. What is Telescope? Ah, yes, Telescope is the one that I was looking for before. So Telescope is pretty much, well, it's similar to Pulse, but instead of just showing the backend queries, it's more or less like running a local, what's that called? Sentry. So I'm going to throw this in as well. So let's boop. And just literally copy and paste all of this. My site is in a bit of a state. Actually, it's in a pretty good state at the moment. Some things are a bit. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure most functionality is there. I was inspired by the streamer Destiny, who has his own site, and I was, well, and fuck it, you know what? I don't want to do a 50-50 split with Bezos on subscriptions and tips. I'm just going to set my own one up with Stripe as a payment gateway. I'm going to let people watch it there. I definitely will spend a bit of time going through and making more blog posts and that kind of stuff. But for now, I think it's in a pretty decent state. Any hoops? What do? We just run the migration. If you plan on using Telescope local, you may install it using the dev flag. It's too late for that because I've already run the migration. After running it, you should remove the provider. Manually register it in the app service provider class. Current environment is local for registering a provider. I actually probably should have ran it, installed it in dev, whatever, that doesn't make a difference because this is only on my local machine for now. Alright, so where is this? That's in app service provider. So let's jump in here. App service provider. Whoop. So register and grab all of that. All right. Finally, should prevent the telescope package from being auto-discovered by adding this to my composer.json. I believe I already have that part, so I'm just going to copy this. And was it composer or yeah, Lara. Yep. Oh, I actually don't have anything listed in the don't discover, but I do have the don't discover there. Cool. After publishing it, parameter configuration will be loaded there. Configuration, gotcha options. If desired, may disable it in the enable configuration options. So let's jump into the config, telescope, and enable true. And let's see what the domain is. Where the fuck is this specified? Never mind. Let's assume that it's a telescope. And let's pray. Nice, there we go. Cool. And let's make this dark mode. I don't know what I actually just hit. No, I swear I could make this dark mode at one point. Maybe not. Anyway. But yeah, so this is one of the, like, how easy it is to add things like this, like a full, well, no, not that far. I wanted to go back to Pulse. How easy it is to add in like fully fledged, fully functional, complete development toolkits, tools and stuff like that into Laravel is one of the reasons that everyone loves it, myself included. I'm just looking for the goddamn queues systems. What's Dusk? No, that's the one that I clicked on before. Envoy? That doesn't sound... common tasks run... that's Fortify. That's got to be like a security thing, right? Yeah. Authentication. Folio is page-based router. Homestead. Horizon. Also, Laravel Mix is pretty nice if you're getting silly with Webpack configs, which I've never done in a Laravel project, but I always get very silly with Webpack configs in JS projects. And just an example, just a proof point, let me pull up something I've been working on for fucking years, because I keep rewriting the bloody thing. I think it is, where is Lara, with Lara, this one. And let's pull up my Webpack, where maybe I don't actually. Where the fuck's my Webpack config? Where the gosh darn hell is my configuration? All right, maybe I'm an idiot. All right, let's not go with that one. Let's check in here. Actually, I think this one does have a... maybe not, that one actually uses Vite. That's the payment gateway. Scratchpad. Let's go... no, maybe I deleted that one as well. All right, never mind. Let's ignore that entirely. But you're just going to have to trust me that I'm a bit silly. Will those side navs are plug-and-play plugins of Laravel? Yes, they are. So all of these packages are literally just plug-and-play packages. As you've just watched me install this one and that one in like 30 seconds, that's one of the reasons that so many people love it. I actually hate the style guidelines for Laravel. I think they use PSR2. And like I said, like I've done a lot of WordPress dev and I do actually prefer the WordPress style guidelines. But a lot of, like a couple other projects that I've worked on stream, I won't pull them up, but adding in like payments and that kind of stuff with Stripe using Cashier. One of the packages that can be installed as easily as these two were just installed, and it just works. 10 out of 10. But fuck me, how do I get a goddamn queue? Performance. Actually, Octane is really good as well for speeding stuff up. What the fuck is Pennant? Feature flags, Pint, Code Styler, Precognition. I assume this is just caching of some variety. Yes. Prompts. Pulse. Telescope. Blah, 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 blah. All right, I'm just an idiot, so I'm not too sure where a goddamn queue, how to make a goddamn queue, just off the top of my head, which is really embarrassing, but whatever. I mean, maybe events. So the events priority put observe a pattern, register events to listeners. That's fine. Queuable anonymous events. That's potentially what we want. And we would want queuing listeners can be beneficial during perform slow tasks such as sending an email. Make sure to configure your queue. So let's pop this one open as well. Conditional queue listeners manually interacting with the queue. I don't want to worry about that yet. All right, let's check out the dispatch. Conditionally dispatch if when testing can be helpful to assert certain events to dispatch. Dispatch after. So definitely I'm going to need to set up a couple of like event handlers and event listeners for things like for that daily scan and checking emails, that kind of stuff, but not quite what I want. Let's actually check the mail, like the default mail one. I'm not, because I did install something to send mails. Let's jump back into here. So I'm using a Docker container called MailHog, which is mail, it's catching service, I guess you'd say. Oh, that is the wrong port. So this is the email. Hang on, let's jump back. Hang on, let's delete this. Let's go back to the dashboard. This one, and then down the bottom there is just a test button to make sure that it was all connected properly. So hit that, it fires off, and if we jump back in here, there's our email. But I don't remember. I don't remember what I used to fucking send that email. Like, I don't think I used the Symfony mail client, but anyway, notifications. I can see queues down there and processes, and that is what I need. Oh, actually, and task scheduling. But take a look at the notifications. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, never mind. I was gonna, so the website that I have at the moment is entirely built on Next.js and hosted on Versa. Primarily because it's free, and that is legitimately the reason that I chose to build everything the way that I have. But I definitely would like a lot of other additional functionality, and I'm probably going to go with Laravel for the backend for it, just because of how nice it is. I don't care about package. Let's check out processes. Provides an expressive minimal API around the Symfony process component, allowing you to conveniently invoke external processes from your Laravel application. So let's just check what this So this is, actually running a command on the machine. This can be useful, but probably not for this use case. So something that I'm going to be building in the future is a like stream management sort of platform. And one of the things that I want to be able to do with it is automatically create clips and like format them for like Instagram or whatever. So the easiest way that I could think of doing that would be using something like FFmpeg to get it, cut down the stream, get to format it, blah, blah, blah. Use a like text, speech to text trans thingamwhat's it to create captions, automatically overlay that into it. And if this bad boy can literally just invoke processes, then that would be the simplest solution to doing that. So that is probably something that I'll revisit in the future, but let's have a look at queues, which is what I was actually looking for the whole time. All right. Level queues spread, unified. Amazon SQS, Redis, or even a relational database. I actually don't know if I have Redis in this stack. I do. I'm not too sure if I have it connected to this thing, thing in what's it. Also SQS, I don't know if it's SQS or SNS, one of them. The dead letter Q is actually shit. Do I use AI in my workflow? So I use, okay, so at the moment I am very poor, unfortunately, which is why we're getting ads on Spotify. I use Copilot, GitHub Copilot. I was an early adopter of it when it was free, and I've been paying for it as soon as it was like a paid thing. I also occasionally run stuff through ChatGPT, but only for things that there is a lot of existing documentation around it. Primarily, like my primary use of I actually don't know if they've cancelled my thingamwhat's-it, if they've cancelled my Copilot subscription, but if they haven't, I will do, there we go. So it is just pops in the suggestions and it will, maybe they have cancelled it and that was just a lucky thing. So I'll only use it for things that are like rote commands. So things that are like, let's say if you've got a form that you need to submit, and then on the back end, you need to pass it and you need to validate 50 different values from that form. And it's just line after line of get this post value, check if it's an integer, get that value, check that it's a string. And I'll use it for autofilling that kind of bullshit. Otherwise, like I don't let it write too much like of its own volition because it can be very bad and it'll make a subtle mistake that'll be very difficult to pick up on. AI made me fast, a bit stupid at work. No AI on whole projects. That's honestly, so when I first started using Vim, before I used NeoVim, so I used VS Code back in the day, and then I switched to Vim with no plugins, no nothing. And I had to actually relearn how to program because I was so used to having like a language server protocol there that would be like, hey, this is what you're probably trying to type. This is what you're looking for. And it's just slowly adding in each of the functionality that are just inherent to all of those IDEs definitely did make me a better programmer. But otherwise, yeah, so I also will use ChatGPT, but like I said, only for things that are easy to understand and more or less just formatting. Like, let's grab this, right? Like, this is literally just markup. It's a blade template. And if I've got one around here somewhere, chat opening. Actually, I have one up already for exactly this. So I've got it to literally just format that for the folders. Like that's the only thing that I'll use it for. So things like React, it's good for. Like it actually is legitimately good for React. But it is really, really hit and miss for anything else. It seems to have gotten better for most things, but I've had it absolutely struggle to try and write the most basic regex you can imagine. I have used Claude once or twice, and it does seem to be a lot better. But comparatively, I think, like for my personal use case, I use, like I said, I use Copilot more or less like a really good auto suggest. So I like Claude will frequently go, hey, this thing you're trying to do that you've just spent ages working on that works perfectly, let's delete it. And I've also totally forgotten what I was doing once again because I have the attention span of a goldfish on crack. I was complaining about Amazon SQS. That's the one. So I don't know if you've used I don't know if you've used SQS. It's either SQS or SNS, one of the two. The dead message queue won't trigger a Lambda half the time. So like, so more like this quick rundown of how they work for anyone that isn't aware is a queue. Actually, hang on. I'm considering if I should just spin up like RabbitMQTT to like give a demonstration, but queue system, it has ideally, some of them do, some of them don't. They have a promise of at least one delivery. And if they don't deliver, it goes to a dead letter queue. How Amazon says to set things up, use SQS. So you send a message to SQS saying like, let's say, hey, our database usage is just spiked to 90%. We need to scale it. It's like at least once delivery fails. So it won't fire off anything that you need to do to scale the database up. And then that'll get sent to a dead letter queue. And the dead letter queue, half the time, also won't trigger anything that has actually received the message. They have also, Amazon has literally just white labeled fucking RabbitMQTT. I'm pretty sure it's MQTT. That's not how you spell rabbit. Rabbit. Yeah, RabbitMQ. That's the one. True for real. Oh yeah, no, fucking Amazon have they haven't even white labeled it. So these are open source projects. Amazon takes them, adds their own name to it, and sells them. So it doesn't do what it's supposed to do? No, it does not. Retrigger messages on the dead queue? It sometimes does, but not always. And it needs to always do that. But yeah, Amazon steal like open source shit all the time. I'm not going to sign into my AWS account, but if you have seen their, what do they call it? Event Watch or something like that? That is literally Grafana. Like the open source project Grafana, they took it, they put their own name on it, and they charge you for it. It's, ugh. The worst part of being like in like tech and working with like big companies is you realize that like Amazon, Microsoft is even worse with it. Their documentation is wrong, like significantly a majority of the time. And it'll be like, hey, you need to use this function. Here's how you do it. And then you go into the actual like code for it. And it's like, oh yeah, no, we actually depreciated this. It doesn't work at all. Don't use this. And then they'll still reference that function in like a year later in the documentation. Absolutely clown act. Anyway, I'm going to need to set up a Redis queue. Don't get me wrong, not really knowledgeable itself, but it's because that stuff just works. That is what you pay for by using a managed service from Amazon or any of the other big companies, but they don't work. They just don't work half the time. Like to be fair, like their databases, like if you pay them an exorbitant amount to look after a database that you could be hosting and running, managing yourself, they will work and they have a pretty good uptime, pretty good like backups and all that. But like fuck the NDA and all that kind of stuff. At my last job, we had a database, just a database, right? It was on Azure. We were paying $800 a month for backups for it. And the backups deleted themselves after a day because we weren't paying for like the extra money to have them store it longer than a day. And it's just, yeah, yeah. So the reason Jeff Bezos is so rich isn't Amazon. Amazon itself is a good company, makes a lot of money. But the Amazon Web Services is where they make all their money because someone misconfigures a Lambda and they get hit with a huge bill. One of my favorite stories, actually. So you've heard of NASA, right? You know, the guys who take photos of space. They got a really good deal with Amazon, with AWS, for storing all of their data. Because as you'd imagine, being an agency that has a lot of photos of space, they have a lot of data, and I mean a lot of data. Like so much so that I'll see if I can find a picture just to sort of drive home the point. NASA truck data. Let's just see if I can find a picture of it. None of these are really too great of an example, but they have so much data that it is literally faster for them to, these aren't actually the examples, but they load up literal trucks with hard drives to transport them because it's faster than any other method that we have of transferring data because they have so much of it. So they got a really good offer from Amazon for S3 storage. So it's something like blah, blah, blah. You can store it all here. We won't charge you too much for the storage. You get a really good price on storage costs. We won't even charge you for the ingress. So you can upload as much as you want. Don't worry about it. Then they snuck in a clause for the egress, accessing that data. And I'm just going to Google just so don't misquote the cost. NASA AWS egress costs. So it was 247 petabytes of data that they were storing with Amazon. And like I said, they got a really good deal on the uploads, the storage costs. So 30 million a year was the standard deal for like holding all the data, and they need to pay an additional 65 million a year on top of that. And then to actually access the data that they've just been given is $693 million to get their data back out of Amazon. So yeah, I mean, like relatively 95 million a year for like petabytes, like that's a lot of data. To be fair, that is a good deal. Like that 100%, that is a good deal for storage. But they just snuck in that clause of like, hey, if you want to get that data back out, it's going to be a cool 693 million. So yeah, so that's why Bezos is absolutely booling. Configure queue, application queue. So let's jump into the queue and see if I've already got a queue. I do have a queue. Cool. I probably want to switch this out for Redis. Let's go Redis. Yep, cool. So I'm going to jump back into my thing. What's it? Let's research Redis. And I'm going to switch this to Redis. I'm going to do the same for cache storage. Redis client, Redis host, that all looks okay to me. Let's give this a refresh and just make sure that it hasn't crashed. Cool. And let's check for these to make sure that they are actually like connecting, or can connect at least. Let it reload. All right, let's see. Redis scanning. Didn't find anything. Not bad. Jump back into this queue connection. I'll just double check that I set this to Redis. Whoop. That is not what I want to search for. Not session. I want queue. Queue connection. Yeah, queue connection Redis. That is all good. Let's check that I've got everything set. Connection. Default. That should be fine. We'll batch it in the database. That's fine. I don't care about the failed queue because it really doesn't matter. Whoop, boop. Let's get rid of this one. What is this? No, back to the queue. All right. For getting started with queues, it's important to understand the distinction between connection and queues. Connection configuration because queue attributes. This job is sent to the default connection. This job is sent to default connection to email queue. All right. Some applications may not need to ever push jobs into multiple queues. Run marketing priority. All right, so we don't want to actually do this. In order to use Redis driver queue, configure Redis database connection. We've done that. We're not using a cluster. We don't need to worry too much about blocking. So Redis, we need PHP Redis or Predis specifically. So let's do a quick check if I have Redis. Yes, I do. Cool. All right, so let's just make a generic one. Generated class will implicate for queue job stubs may be customized in stub publishing. If you could detect analytical model, handle it, dependency injection, camera froze. Oh no! That is one of the downsides of Linux is things can get a bit silly. If you can see up here, this entire terminal, I need to run OBS with a bunch of, like I had to build a custom fucking OBS to get the web overlays working. And sometimes the power line drops from USB-C from 60 hertz to 50 and the camera just freezes. But thanks for telling me because I have been frozen for embarrassing long amounts of time. And the rice is worth it. The rice is always worth it. All right. There. Keep jobs updated and process begins. Encrypted jobs. Job middleware. Rate limiting. Preventing job overlaps. Sharing up keys across job classes. Throttling exceptions. All right. So I'm going to set up a queue to scrape my emails for things that match seek. Boom. And I'm in the container. And it is boom. And I don't want to say scrape. I want to get seek emails. Cool. And then I'm going to run the beautiful chmod 777 recursively to give full read-write permissions to literally everyone. Don't do this at home, kids. And now I need to find where the fuck that is. Services, email service. Nope, that is my actual email service. Where the fuck is it? Where has it put it? Eliminate contributor. Namespace. Oh, jobs. That makes sense. Yeah, cool. All right. So normally containing only a handle method invoked when the job is processed by the queue. So this is an example job class. And I'll just check that it uses Qubble. Yes, it does. Public podcasts. Because the Qubble trait the job using eloquent models and their load relationship gracefully serialized, unserialized. That's okay. I want to command. Like, I want to run the command in the queue, and I'm not too sure how I would do that. I'm going to assume that I might be able to go, where's my queue? Scrape job listings. Actually, no. Emails is what I want to do. Hang on, how the fuck is I doing it? I think I actually just made a class, a controller for it. Email, I'm an email controller. Yes, I believe this is that. So that is this. Whoop, yoink. Use boop. I think that's it. Let's jump back a bit. Yep, it is cool. Public podcast. And that's a model. So let's check out models, because I'm not too sure if I even have like an email model. I do not have an email model. Handle. So can I just, actually, I'll make a private email service, and on construction, we'll initialize it. And I'll just check that I don't need to provide anything else in the initialization. I do. So where do I initialize it? Here. No, actually, I don't. From the looks of it, that seems to be fine. Maybe. I don't know if that will be. And then we want to fetch emails. I'm really not too sure if I'm doing this correctly. Because I'm going to need to store that somewhere. The handle method is invoked in the job process by the queue. Type insert server container automatically injects the dependencies. That is good. I want to do that. This email server fetch emails. We're going to need to do something with this, obviously. So let's just store this as emails, I guess. JSON decode. This email service fetch email. I probably don't want to fetch it, all of them. Maybe I do. Do I have a save email function in here? No, I don't. But I'm pretty sure I do in here. Maybe I don't, actually. No, I just return it as a JSON. All right. I definitely should actually be saving the emails into a database. What the fuck am I doing? All right, let's leave this as it is, and let's actually fucking just straight up return that, because it'll be funny. No valid to no case. I don't care about that. Let's see if this has picked it up as a queue. Nope, 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 nope. Whoop. Oh yeah, no, that is the email I sent out. Notifications, queries, readers, views. Don't care about any of those. Let's refresh this. Absolutely nothing. All right. Can I then trigger the queue from here? So let's check this. Queue. I think I might just be able to run this, but I could be wrong. It might be schedule that I need to run. So let's go schedule list first, just to see what we've got in there. No scheduled tasks have been defined. And can I I mean, we'll just run queue work, I guess, and see what happens. processing jobs from the default queue. I'm unsure if it's added it to a queue at this point. Or is it an event? God, I am totally unsure. Oh, there we go. So these are the events. We got login, log out. Job process. Job processing. Doesn't really seem like it has added it in there. You see the route middleware job, blah, 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 rate limiting. How do I just invoke it? Redis, you may use the Redis, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't matter. I don't care about the errors. I just want to invoke the bloody thing. Dispatching jobs. The argument passed to the dispatch method were given to the jobs constructor. If you like conditionally dispatch if dispatch in the last. I've definitely not done something right. Dispatch job within database transaction takes special care to ensure that job will actually be able to execute successfully. Was it implement should queue? Yes. Construct. And you get some work done. Stay and listen stream. Happy capping. Good luck with your work. I'll probably be around for a little while. I probably won't monologue quite as much just because I am trying to wrap my head around something very simple. But enjoy your work. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you've had a good time. Etc. etc. Love you. Mwah. Choose your own on connection method. What? Artisan queue work. Queue work. So let's jump back into this. I swear I ran that. I don't want to batch them. I just literally want to run it. God damn it. And we're not using DynamoDB or any of this bullshit. Running queue worker, there we go. Proceed running permanently in background, use supervisor, that's fine. Run queue listen. All right, let's actually run that. Pressing jobs from the default queue. All right, let's specify a queue for this then. So let's go back up to where it said that we could do that. Nope. 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 God damn it, I think I'm going too far. Customizing queue, I guess. This decides probably on queue processing. This queue will, this on queue processing, all right. So can I do this? And hope that it'll show up here as processing. No. Query, nope, I want queues. Where are my queues? I guess we go with scheduling and then we trigger the queue from the schedule. You need to find the schedule task application routes console. Take a look at an example. Schedule closure record every day at midnight. All right. A schedule call. You reserve your routes called. All right. Let's just check if we have anything scheduled. Anything in the schedule at this point? Nothing. Okay. So let's make one. Like, where is it that I should be doing this again? Routes console. In here. All right, cool. So can I queue this bad boy? And where is this? App jobs. Use app jobs. Get sick emails. Yes. No. Also no. Actually, maybe we will schedule it to run the query, the scrape for job listings. And maybe I'll make another PHP artisan. We want to make a command. And this command is going to clean up. Make command sanitize job listings. Cool. And I'm just going to close all of this after saving this. Close all these just so I've got less bullshit up. So this one, and then I'm going to pop up another one of these and get this. And see what we've got in here. So we're going to need this probably. Boom. That all looks fine. And I get all jobs with non-unique, not titles. Non-unique job listing with non-unique job ID. Oops, shit. Job IDs. All right, let's just check what Copilot has just generated for me, just to make sure that it hasn't done anything too stupid. I'm going to need to close it here so I can actually see it. All right, so get all of them. This is probably a very bad way of doing it, because couldn't we just do select all from job listings where job ID is not unique? Is not. Can I do that? Unique? Unique? Like, will this run? Nope. I totally forgotten how to write this. Is not. Alright, yeah, no, I'm just chat GPT time. Boom, 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 boom. SQL to get all column or DB rows with non-unique job ID. So yeah, I'll also use AI for stuff like this where I just brain dead for it. Nope, that's allegedly wrong. From email folders. Nope, that makes sense because we should be in job listings. Cool. Hang on. Select all from job listings. Where job ID in. Select job ID from. Of course. From. Where the fuck did I get email folders from? How did I know I had email folders? All right, so are these all non-unique? From just from where job ID is in. Huh? I have a feeling these are all unique and not, in fact, non-unique. So let's just order by this so we can visualize it, visually check it real quick. Oh, yep, nope, they are definitely not unique. Okay. So one to group by having one face job it matches any of them. So we're gonna want to do that and then just grab the first one. All right, so hang on. How can I do this in a more optimal way? Let's edit this. We can go grab all of this and just paste it in here for reference. Nope. With non-unique job IDs, hot. The first L, actually no. We want to then break into arrays. The same idea. And we just see what it comes up with this. Don't need to do to array. Group by job ID can get. And then array map. I do really like the function array map. Return it where to get jobs with non-unique IDs. Let's just run that, like fuck it. We're just gonna leave that in and see what it spits out. Oop. Boom. Boom. For each of them, why is it getting the job description? And why is it sanitizing it? I don't want to do that at all. I don't want to save it. I don't want to do that at all. At all. So each of them individual job ID count, that is actually fine. We can leave that as it is. Yeah, so let's just run this. So this might spit it out correctly. PHP artisan, I check what the command is. I want to say app. Yeah, app, sanitize job listings. Yep, cool. So these are all the duplicates in there. Yeah, so like this job ID, there's 20 of them in the fucking database. And that's after just scanning it once. Cool. But that is okay. I'm not too sure if like count. Let's check in telescope. Not the schedule, we want queries. How long did that take? Oh, like 1.1 millisecond. So that is, oh, hang on. Collectively, a lot more milliseconds. So maybe that isn't the fastest way. But I mean, it's still in the milliseconds, so we won't worry too much about it. Let's get rid of all that. For each one, do that. So we're, hang on. Total non-unique. With that many, we've got 20. So for each of those, we probably can count them. Get the first job and delete the rest. So we just array shift and then delete them. And we don't need to do anything else. But we can probably then do exactly the same thing and run this after that. So then we can see how many with non-unique IDs are left after sanitizing. Fuck. Array shift, array, oh, it's a fucking collection. Hang on, where was it? Array shift. So we need to convert it to array, and I don't remember if I can just go jobs to array. I'm not 100% if that's right. Nope. Only variables should be passed by reference. What? Oh, well, before I do that, let's fucking DD jobs. Whoop. And see what we get. Boom. Yeah, that is, so it's an eloquent model. So it's a class more or less for each of them. Items. So it is an array of items, and then I assume. Let's see if it's, so that one's one. Do we have another one that is identical to it? So this is the second one. ID 19, job ID 382, job ID 382. Yep. So what can we do to just array shift if they're not fucking arrays? Get one of each job. We can't array shift. So why can't I to array it? DD jobs, DD jobs to array. Why can't I do that? I can. So why the fuck's complaining that it's not an array? Thanks for the follow. We just hit the follower goal of 470. Jobs to array shit. I'm just gonna redefine. I'm gonna make another fucking thingamotso. So let's go jobs array. No. Jobs to array. Jobs array. Okay, there we go. All right, so now it's going through getting them all. And after it does that, it'll delete all duplicates, and now we have no duplicates left in the database. Let's double check that by checking the database. And go. Nothing. Perfect. Let's check the database and make sure we haven't deleted everything. 19 total. Excuse me. The fuck you mean? I must have done something incorrectly if there's only 19 jobs left. Job listing, job edit. All right, so yeah, there's definitely did something wrong with this. Let's just try and eyeball this. How many lines is that? Let's say 80. All right. Array shift first jobs. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I didn't delete it from the array. Right. That makes sense. I just deleted everything. All right, cool. Let's truncate the table. And we're going to run the migration, run the scrape again. All right, truncate. And I'm going to need to switch out the environment variables so I can connect once again from the Docker host. Oop, nope, I want to redo that. Save that. And then run this from here. Boom. All right. Whoop. Redis not found. Why am I using Redis for that? I know there are a range of compare words programs, sudo AI instead of HR. If your school matched like 90%, if you didn't use the word they wanted, yeah. One of the, all right, so I've said it a couple of times, but the whole reason that I'm doing this is because I wrote my resume in LaTeX. It looks beautiful. It's gorgeous. The fucking automatic character recognition that like recruiters use can't read it properly. So it'll say things like, I live at my qualification. I studied at another qualification. I went to school at my current address. Like, I saw a job listing not too recently, like a couple of weeks back, and it was like, hey, you've got to know all of these databases, you've got to know all of this, like, cloud stuff, you need to know all this DevOps stuff. Oh, by the way, HTML is a big bonus that we're looking for as well. Like, like I hate being interviewed by... I spent January till the end of Feb for updating my CV. Unfortunately, I've just got, like, I literally just copy and pasted all of my beautiful CV into the shittiest Word doc imaginable, just so that the fucking character recognition can read it. Submitted it to a couple of places, and, like, they've actually responded, like, on the day. Down the line, I plan on, like, I'm definitely going to open source this project as well. But I plan on setting it to, sorry, just one moment while I reset this. Whoop, too far. Going to set it up so that, it'll take in a resume and it's going to use AI to formulate it perfectly for each job application and then just smash them bitches out at an unreasonable pace. I am actually just going to quickly switch this from Redis to, hang on, which is it? The queue that I need to change? Hang on, let's just undo a bunch. Yep, that. All right, so this should let me run it. All right, cool. So this will take a little while to scrape Seek again. But then I'll make sure that I won't delete them all this time. All right, cool. Yeah, there we go. We've got 800 jobs listed. But yeah, no, there's so many job listings that are obvious nepotism hires where they'll have such a weirdly unique and specific skill set requirement that virtually no one will have, and I happen to have it. And then they'll be like, sorry, we're looking for someone that more closely aligns with with what we're looking for. And it's like a ridiculously weird stack that I happen to know. One of the most insulting ones though was I applied for a system administrator role. And I'm running Linux. I'm very, very comfortable with Linux databases, all that good shit. I got the rejection email. In the rejection email, they said, hey, you should probably upskill when you're looking for these kinds of roles. Here, check out these courses on like Coursely or some shit using their referral link. And it was like basic introduction to Linux. Like they didn't even interview me. Like my resume has like 20 different flavors of Linux and DBs and all that shit that I'm familiar with. I didn't get a call back or anything. They're like, hey, you just need to take this course, bro. I would commit an act that would end up with their workplace having its own Wikipedia article. Cool. That has scanned them all. So I'm just going to read all of that and undo that one so we can get back into the database. Cool. So the thing that I just absolutely busted was not that one, this one was deleting them. So, first job, we've array shifted it. I think we want to jobs arrays job and then delete it that way. If I'm wrong about this, I'm going to delete everything again, but we'll find out. I'm calling delete on an array, never mind. You know that most jobs post stuff like Indeed, Stepstone, or other job platforms. They're mostly CV scraper. Yeah. So I have taken that advice a couple of times. I mean, like 100%, I agree. Like most, like I'm going to say 80% of the jobs listed on like Seek and Indeed are just recruiters farming fucking resumes. One of the worst ones was a company that looked like it was like family run sort of company, not too big, not too corporate. And they're like, hey, we need like 3 developers. It was listed like 5 minutes ago. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll apply for this. I actually like went to their website, emailed them, went through the application, and they get back to me like, hey, actually, we're not hiring at the moment, but we'll keep your resume on file. Like, you absolute bastards. Alright, so I definitely can't call delete on a resume. I will run this, but I need to find the, hang on. Find the job ID and delete it. Yep, there we go. Job delete. And now let's pray that this isn't going to delete everything again. All right, there we go. It's running a bit longer than I'm comfortable with, so it might have deleted everything. Let's check it. 190. All right, so it's still doing something wrong. Wait a second. Okay, no, they are unique. There's no way that they were all there's no way that those were all, that there were that many duplicates though. Like, that just can't be right. So I'm going to run it again, scrape it. So we've got 400 in there, we've got 450, 500. We should end up with about 1,200 job listings, even though Seek says explicitly that there are 1,569 jobs. After scraping literally every single one of them, we end up consistently with 1,200-ish. Yep, there we go. Oh, actually, no, we did get 1,400 that time, which is still, 169 off. Nice. And a lot of these are duplicates, which is why I'm having this whole issue, because Seek lists them, multiple times on multiple pages for exactly the same job. But anyway, you know what? I'm not even going to bother sanitizing it for now. If they want to list the same job multiple times, they're going to get applications for the same job multiple times. That's on them. Fuck them. Oop, I need to reset the database. Cool. But the queue system that I was actually, I totally forgot what I was doing. The queue system is what I was here for. So schedules. All right, maybe we'll just list it in the scrape action. Instead of sanitizing it, I'll just go in the scrape. And instead of saving it, we'll do a search for, we'll group, so it does page by page search. So we'll do a page search and then we'll get all of the job IDs and then we'll do a search for all in where job ID in group for that page search. If it's in it, skip it. Otherwise, keep it. That shouldn't be too computationally intensive, and if it is, we can optimize it out later. So this is job ID here. So before we actually save it, we want to just check that this is like a while or a for loop or something. Yep, that's a for each. So at this point where we get the job ID, we're going to check if the job already exists in the database. Where job ID exists. Yep. And that should hopefully deal with that issue of duplicates. So let's truncate it and run it again. So let's see if it spits them out that there are duplicates. That looks like there's still duplicates to me. Job 22 already exists. Oh, hang on. Did I just check the ID and not the actual job ID? Where job ID is job ID. This job already exists. Yeah, I mean, that's right. That looks right. But let's just go find. Yeah, look at all these fucking duplicates still. What the hell? What the hell? How has that occurred? Actually, we probably don't want to do index at all. We want to go job ID. Job ID already exists in the database and return. I don't know why this would be returning false. Unless they're grabbing them all in at once in the array. So at that point, I guess we could do it here. Like I don't want to flatten it. I want to uniqueify. So let's go array map. Not that. Array map. Remove duplicate job IDs. This job ID is array unique. Yep, that should hopefully do it. And we're going to truncate the table again. Well, good luck further. Like to jump back in a portfolio project. Good luck, and feel free to drop a link to the portfolio in the chat when you want us to check it out. We'll have a sus. Yep, too far. There we go. We've still got goddamn duplicates. I think we've got more duplicates now than we had before. What the fuck? How has this happened? Job ID already exists. Yeah, so we're getting a couple of them saying like, yeah, it exists. Like all of these. Let's just do a search for this. So where job ID equals boom. Yeah, we got hundreds of them. What the fuck? What the fuck? How has this happened to me? I mean, we've got 400 less, so I assume some of them are fucking filtered out correctly. But a lot of them haven't. How? How? Let's go back to where we clear them. Get jobs with non-unique job ID. Oop. Select job ID, group by job ID. Actually, we probably want to also select ID and job ID, group by job ID, to array, jobs with non-ID. Let's get out of that. And let's just get the... Yes. Return... Let's just check what Copilot suggested. Return where job ID get. Well, let's die after that. We're gonna die. Oop. Oh, right. I need to allow the database connection again. Select list of non-group by clause contains a non-aggregate column ID with not functioning dependent on columns in group by. Okay. Yeah, no, I need to get rid of this. I don't remember how to do that off the top of my head. This SQL. Now hope I'm running as root. No access denied. Yeah. Fuck. Hang on. I probably should be running as root. Wait a second. Who am I logged in as? Oh, Laravel. Alright, log out. I can't log out because I have it set to automatically log me in. Docker. Compose. PHP my admin. PMA user root. PMA password. Root password also root allegedly. Alright, and then let's just right quit, LD, and then I'm going to restart PHP my admin and refresh it, and hopefully I'll be logged in as root now. Nope. Nope. Let me log out. Also, nope. I'm going to have to delete all my cookies and refresh. Why am I still logged in as Laravel? PMA user root, MySQL root password root. And the DB is MySQL root password is root. But I'm going down it and then restart it, I guess. Yeah, no, I'm still logged in as that user. That is curious. I guess I'm just gonna disable the what you call it, like the PMA login. Arbitrary, turn that off. And I think that should be all that I need to do. Maybe not. Hang on, error request, that's fine. Actually, fuck it, I'm gonna remove it with volume, and then it's gonna up it again. Why is it still logging? Oh, okay. I don't know why it's still logging me in, but it's logging me in as root now, so that's fine. How silly. Boom. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's rerun that query and reload that one. And I think it was not that. In here, run that again. Select list is not a group by column, not an aggregate column. Yeah, which is not function independent. That is fine. I literally just disabled full group. Didn't I not? Curious. Not persistent cross restarts or Alright, looks like we are going the old school. Oh, hang on. If you don't want to mess with other settings, you want to like, I'm literally just copy and pasting random shit from Stack Overflow. This is the real vibe coding. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just deal with the actual error. So out console command sanitize? Yes. Group by. Actually, no, we can't group by that because that is non-unique. So yeah, we can't group by it. That's fine. I guess let's run it. Boom. Alright, so these allegedly are the 159 duplicates. So let's job listings. Select all from job listings. So now I'm going to jump back into ChatGPT for, everything's frozen. Massive frozen. Nope, all good. Grab that and whack this back in here and then switch this out to job listings. And these are the duplicates. There's no way 996 of these are duplicates. Hang on. Is it? I don't remember how to do that either, God. It's been, I'm a idiot. All right, so let's grab this, grab that, copy that. Show a count of how many times a job ID appears. That's not how you spell any of that. Stop this because it's not doing what it should be doing. There we go. Ugh, that is exactly what I want. Go. Cool. Yes, there are a shit ton of duplicates in this. God damn. No, hang on, the cat's being an idiot. I will BRB. Do you have anything to say for yourself? He is very cute. Sometimes you just have to bowl the cat out the room. All right, anyway, where were we? Dealing with the conniptions. You know what? I'm going to risk it for the brisket. Fix this. Let's try it. We're risking it all right now. Boom. Let's run this again. No duplicates. Now, how many do we have in the database? 180. There is just no way that there is only 180 unique fucking... I mean, maybe there is only 180 unique ones, and the reason there are so many duplicates is because they kept serving the same goddamn pages multiple times. So let's go to page 3, right? What's the go beyond this? Yep, no, 4. Let's search for this, right? Senior software engineer CM3 is the company that is listed. So we should be able to see that in here. Whoop, not in there. In here. And we're going to go where advertiser equals... Actually, no, we're going to go like... Whoop, no, not link, like CM3. I don't know if capitalization. Yep, no, there we go. So that's that one. Oop, no, that's the ones I've applied for. Let's keep going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. And let's go to a page. So you can only let me do one at a time. Let's go to page 10. Yep, there's page 10. And let's do a search for this. No, let me copy link text. What kind of copy link text? I'm going to search for it, and that's how we're going to do it. Nothing. So let's then make it a bit looser, like your mother. And no, that's no longer in there. So either it hasn't grabbed it, or whoop, like definitely running. Oh, actually, that seems to have worked. So it's not adding duplicates in at this point. That looks like that is a good thing. already exists. Cool. And let's just keep refreshing this until hopefully something turns up in here. Yeah, so allegedly. Let's search for this job ID. Yep, that's in there. I just checked that I'm not doing anything to limit the amount of pages that it traverses. Yes, I'm going from page 1 to 10. So let's take a look at page 20. There is a page 20. All right. Let's go to page 20 and let's run the same thing again. Let's see if we end up with more. So everything, we should get a couple of pages of everything already exists, which is exactly what seems to be happening. Nice, 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 nice. And then after we get through 10 pages worth of listings, we'll get another 10 pages of listings that we don't already have. There we go. And I'm going to then keep hitting this and hope that the one that I just found turns up. Nope. We do have a lot more listings again. But now let's sort by ID. And it looks like we have duplicates. Maybe we don't have duplicates. Maybe we don't. Fuck, I can't even find the one that I literally just copied. Oh, yep, nope, there's the duplicates. All right, let's then check again for that. No. All right, let's go with this one then. Nope, didn't grab that one either. And this is on page 20. So, I mean, there's no reason I should actually set an upper limit on the pages. Because it should bail out if we get to a really big number that doesn't exist, like that. So we should actually just set it to like 100 and call it a day. I'm going to go have a cigarette while this runs, because this is going to take a little while. I'll see you all when I get back. I'm going to hit you all with a 3-minute ad break while I chill the fuck out. Oh, fuck. This ad literally is in progress already, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I'm just going to drop that into chat that I'll BRB for a dart while it runs. All right, let's get it. All right, let's check how many thing mods we got. Let's see if we got this one. We might not. All right, let's just go back, refresh. We have 1800. All right. It is what it is. And let's reconnect the database to the container. Ooh. I think it's logged me out. I think I was just timed out on that one, which is all good. So let's log back in. And let's see how many we got. 1800 looks good. All right, let's go to the very end. Cool. All right, so I'm also going to need, have already applied for this one at Click and Collect. Had an interview, went pretty well. It was nice looking job all in all. But anyway, let's jump back. No, take me back. Why is it so laggy? I'm going to localhost. What are you complaining about? What the hell was I Googling? Oh, protect group. Cool, all right. So let's kill that. Let's actually leave this one up just in case we need any of this stuff. Let's take a look at working on the login process. So I think I want a service for it. So let's take a look at what I can do to do that. Okay, it's an HTTP client, but we're not using that one. I don't actually, I think we're using the Symfony thing. What's it? The Symfony thing. Actually, hang on, no, let's finish what we were doing initially. So we're going to set this up to run that command daily. Or every now and then, but whatever. Let's skip over that. I don't want that. Asset bundling, session validation, login, architecture component, service container. Maybe service provider. That might be around what we are looking for. Let me just pop chat back up so I can see it. Let me turn screen keys back on so you can see what buttons I'm hitting as I type in my password. All right, so what do we mean by bootstrapped? Writing a service provider. They extend that, provide register and a boot method. You should only bind things to the service container, never try to register any event lists, routes, or any other pieces of functionality within it. App service provider, the boot method. I'm looking for an example of an additional provider. Okay, there is an example of an additional provider. These are all for routes. URL generation, validating. Take a look into digging deeper. Potentially context. Let's take a look at the contexts. It enables you to capture, retrieve, and share information throughout requests, jobs, and commands within your application. Best way to understand it is see it in action, using the logging feature. Context add, return next request. All right. Contracts usually just interfaces, so let's just see what they say about it. Contracts are facades, is just personal taste. Yeah, that we can ignore that. Events. Alright, so let's make an event for... I'm trying to think. So a couple of things that we do need to do is the one that we have not here, but actually not in this one either. It's in here. This one. This is scanning my emails, which will take a little while to do because I'm searching everything, and I will definitely need to add in additional qualifiers for the time period. And actually, I need to add in like a database for it because I don't have a database for that at all, like a table for it. So we've got email folders, but we don't have emails in here at all. So what we probably want to do is let's go into this one, PHP artisan, and let's just check what we should be making. So like, I think we want to make a model. Observer, provider, resource. Like, it could be a lot of different things we want. I'm gonna go with a model, however. All right, let's go with the model. So we're gonna make a model. Make model, email accounts. Or email account. Cool. Did that make a migration for me? I don't think it did. Let's check the database. Migrations. What's this one? Nope. This is the telescope one. And that's my pulse migration. And this is my email folders. Why did it? God damn it. I don't remember all the goddamn Laravel commands off the top of my head. Hang on. We want to make a, let's just go for model. Probably this. Make a model. Oh fuck, I've needed to add in migration as well, and a factory, and a seeder, and a controller. Generate model, form request. Oh my god, you can do a lot. Fuck, holy shit. Oh. It's a model, migration, factory, seeder, policy controller, and form requests. All right, yeah. So we're just going to rerun this. We are going to delete that shit that we've just made. It was a model, so let's go into the models. App models, email account, delete. And then we're going to run this. Oh, there we go. All right, so now we should have a migration for it. Yep, perfect. So we're going to need table ID, user ID, that's about right. Email, that's about right. Password, unsure, so let's make that nullable for the moment. Host, yes. No. But, actually, let's also make this nullable. And we're also going to want to go timestamp, last checked at, and I want to set this default to be now. So I'm not too sure why I can't just do that. Last checked at nullable. Why can I not set the default there? Oh, whatever, but let's just make that nullable. Alright, user ID, email, password, host, last checked at. Okay, that's fine. Done, and then we down it all. So we should just be able to run migrate. Cool. And then check the database. Let's give this a refresh, and we've got our, once it loads, our emails, email accounts. There we go. Where the fuck is the things that I just added to it? I didn't save it properly. My bad. So let's drop that table. Delete the table. Yes. And we're going to run the migration again. Nothing to migrate. Yes, there is. Migrate. I don't want to refresh. I just want to. Actually, we can just roll back and then migrate it again. I think that'll be the best way of doing it. So roll back and then migrate. And let's check this again. Email accounts. There we go. Cool. We probably want to move these around, just like I want created at the last position, but we won't worry about that too much. Let's jump in to here, into here. So we're gonna need to add, okay, what the fuck? We're gonna need to add this in to our user profile in our email folders, or actually maybe linked accounts, maybe email folders. Email. I'll get rid of the word folders from here, and we'll just set it to emails. All right, so let's jump back around a whole bunch. Controllers, email controller. That looks nice. Boom, boom, boom. Requests, store email account. Determine user authorized to make the request. All right, because I added in all of the permissions, and I totally forgot about that. Anyway, email folder. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so email account factory. I also forgot that I made a factory for it. So let's go into the factories. It isn't even importing the model. Oh, it's extending it, so that should be fine, I think. Email accounts, fillable, get the email accounts for the user. And we're going to need to, yes, that, and I guess save, store the email account. Cool, let's leave that as is. I'm going to need to force write that one. All right, and then we're going to need to add all of this into the boom, boom, boom. Not routes, resources, views. I think it's in Livewire. Yes, it is. Settings. Email folders. So, where is the email folder? I think it's in the controller. Email account controller, email folder controller. Yes. So I think we're also going to need to jump into the routes for the web. And IMAP emails. Hang on, nope. Email settings. Email folder class. So I guess I'm going to need to also allow access to this. Not that. This. In this, which isn't exactly what I want, but I guess it's gonna have to do. So use, not what I wanted. Nope, that's not how I spell models. Email account. I'm not too sure if this is the best way of doing this, to be honest, but I guess it'll have to do. Email account, get email account, get email by email, blah, blah, blah. That's all, should be fine. Ugh. So we're also going to need to add in a way of specifying the email that we are going to be doing shit with. Email password, we're going to ignore that, and these need to be updated as needed. So let's grab this, and we're just going to vibe code the fuck out of this. All right, so, probably need to go this way. Email actually no, the other way around. Email account. Oh. Boom. Add in an input and selector for email accounts to the email page. And I'm just going to paste each of these. So this is the email account one. And email folders as well. just to give it all the reference that it could need. And that should be all that it needs. Hopefully, it'll behave. Email account controller. Let's check out email account controller. Email account controller. All right. I don't think I want to display that because this view does not exist. So I think it wants to make a new view. Yeah, it does. Whatever. All right. So email index blade. Views, emails, Livewire. Maybe we could put it in a partial, but maybe not. Livewire, nope. Email.index. Where's another controller? Yeah. Not too sure about that one. Because this isn't rendering anything. But let's just keep vibe coding it out. Email account selector. Add new email. Oh. Right, I should have used Livewire. That makes sense. All right. Yeah. All right, so let's go. Resources views. I guess we'll have to go into Livewire settings and make it in here. Touch. What's it want me to touch? Email.index. That ain't gonna happen. So let's go with this and paste that in there. And then we're gonna need to change this to, what the fuck is the, something wacky as well. No, I'm out. No, it isn't actually in the controllers. So what the fuck is it complaining about? Email manager. I don't know if I have one of those. We don't, but I am using Livewire, so I think that was my fuck up by not using Livewire to generate it. Shit. Right, so this is models, factory, migration, Cedar, requests, email account controller, and the policy for it. But I probably should have gone with Livewire make. App Livewire. Let's check, because I've definitely got like an email manager somewhere in here in Livewire. Livewire. Settings. Linked accounts. Do I have, yeah, I've got email folders. But yeah, I guess I'm going to have to make an email manager. All right, that's fine. But it won't behave. Oh, shit. I need to PHP that shit up. And then replace the form with this. Now, this is not going to behave. But let's just see what happens. Yep. Email manager. All right, so what do we got? We need to go Livewire. Do we have any other Livewire in here? I actually don't. Oh yeah, no, there we go. No, I actually don't. Shit. All right, that is confusing. So from here, oh, it's just called email, I think. Oh, and I probably need to clear the cache and all that good stuff. Oop, no, that one. Let's undo this. Let's jump back into this, and then we need to run like all of the cache clearing bullshit, which it doesn't actually have listed here anywhere. God damn it, ChatGPT. How am I meant to vibe code when the vibes are so off? Not that one. Not that. None of that's useful. And the artisan commands to clear our cache. That's not how you spell cache, but it doesn't matter. Cool. Come on, just give me all of them. Just give me. There we go. Boop, boop, bam. All right, let's see if this will let him behave. No, it does not. Clear best practices after acting. Actually, let's run optimize and just see what that does as well, because I haven't optimized it in a hot second. Ooh, it's struggling on the views. All right, yep. So that doesn't work. Let's get rid of it. File pool contents permission denied. So we're gonna run that beautiful chmod everything recursively and give it a refresh, and that should be good. All right. So from here, I think it's literally just email blade. So can we go? Hang on, how the fuck do at include? That's not what I want. Like, it's literally just email, I think. At models email does not exist. Models email account. Yes, it does. That's a lie. Oh, hang on. That is using the escape character. Email account. Let's jump down a whole bunch. Oop. Well, actually, maybe the email manager. Oh no, that's Livewire. Email account. It's lowercase e. Annoying. There we go. Doesn't seem to be rendering though. Inject email. All right, let's mess it up a little bit and let's go notifications. I don't want stubs, I want web. And I also want I want to say like email fucking account or something like that. Controllers, email account controller. Oop. Well, then let's throw this in here. And actually, we won't bother adding a link in yet. We'll just test it. Boom. Not found. Email accounts, controller class, settings, through email accounts. Oop. Settings. Oh, it's email manager. Fuck me. Hang on, that can't be right. Yeah, just straight up email. Oop. Now let's refresh. Still nothing. Why? Let's check this one. Model settings controller. Construct index. There, where's one that has a proper render? That's a proper render. So let's go to email. And where am I? HTTP livewire settings, controller. Email folder is in controllers index, yeah. All right, so we need to throw that into the index. That is in email, or is it index? Hang on. There's no way that that needs to be that. That can't be right. Yeah, no. I have made many mistakes. Many mistakes. Vibe coding gone wrong. But let's run this anyway. Just to make sure. Ooh, that's an error. Invalid route action. Invalid route. And what are we calling on the route? Settings email. Email accounts. Email class. Index. It's not render, right? Like it's not render? Oop, hang on. Construct index sync. Yeah, no, it should be just be fine under index, right? Yeah. Email controller. Oop. Email account controller. Unless I grab the wrong one. Email account controller, class name, settings.email. Unless it wants that as a class, which it might. Oh, hang on. Yeah, all right. Because that should be using Livewire at that point. So settings.email, which should be this. What the fuck? Hang on. Inject email. That probably shouldn't be here. What is that? Yeah. Nope. Email manager. I mean, let's just throw in a index function. Sorry. Public function. What is it? Maybe construct or mount. Construct. Oh no, that does straight up have route. Index. Yeah. That's probably wrong. Invalid route action. Let's check this. There we go. That's kind of useless if it is not going to show me the error. So let's jump back in web. I'm just going to comment that bad boy out until we work out what the fuck's gone wrong. All right, so get settings accounts. Show me more info commands. That's all fine. Schedule, jobs, batches, cache, dumps, events. Oop, there we go. All right, unexpected value. Show me more info. Invalid route action. Stack trace. Nope. Invalid route action. Action. What is the action that it is complaining about? Let's take a look at this then. App Livewire settings. Hang on. App Livewire settings. Email manager. That should be, that looks right to me. Oh, fuck me. No, that actually is wrong. Use app by settings, email manager. There we go. And then we want to go 36 down, uncomment that, and let's hit the refresh. All right, yeah, no, it's still complaining about that. So can I see the exceptions don't crash because there is an exception? Nah, it's crashing because there's an exception. All right, let's go back in here, grab one email folder because this is all good. We know that this one's good. So let's make a split and we're gonna open up the email manager to the right. So what is the difference between these two? We've got Livewire component in both. App models, we have the model. We don't have the user though. I don't think we're gonna need the user, but whatever. We don't have a constructor. That might be an issue. And do constructor. That just doesn't exist, so I don't know what the fuck that's going on about. Like, what? There is no, yeah, whatever. So let's just leave that as it is. Do we have a mount action? No, but we've got index. So let's switch this out for mount. Let's see if that wants to make it behave. Also no. Middleware auth group settings email. Check it is in the right place. Email account is lowercase. So let me just jump back. That would be the issue. That could be the issue. Damn, why did I keep camel casing shit? Why do I keep casing shit incorrectly? I'm just going to hit you with an ad real quick while I cry myself to sleep trying to work out how to get this working. Hmm. Just to let everyone know, this doesn't make any more sense if I tip my head at a 45-degree angle, so I'm really struggling with this one. Maybe I should make a partial for it. Like, fuck it. Settings. Setting email. B. X settings layout. Like, I don't understand. Like, what if I fucking... Whoop, that was probably actually not the one that I wanted to open. This one. Do I need to use Flux, or can I go like include email and just nothing else? Just fuck it, that. What do we got? Undefined array. Okay, so it doesn't need something passed into it. That seems to actually be behaving. App model. Why the hell is this? Like, let's not put in the wrong thing, which is a possibility. Nope, 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 nope. God, how am I struggling with this? What if we injected outside of the settings? Nope. X settings layout. X settings layout. Email. But this looks fine. Like, the email thing looks fine to me. At this point, at least. Web. So email folders, right? What's this? This is a Livewire one, and email manager is here. Let's jump back, and we're gonna go into this one. Hang on, where is this? Oh, that's in the Livewire settings. Yeah, so email manager in here. Let's split this up that way. Back to the top. All right, so email folder. We do have an additional service in here, which we won't need to use, so that's fine. And fuck it, let's also put in this. We actually probably don't need auth. Is it a render method? Render. There is a render. So the render method, Livewire settings, email. That should be fine. But let's comment that out and just see what happens. All right, I'm going to need to add it back into the route, of course. Oop. 36 down. Let's refresh it. Nope. Invalid route action. Why? Why? Now let's just yoink all of that. Come on, ChatGPT, you can do it. And this is our routes. Hang on, is that what I just pasted? Nope. Boom. This is email folder. So we want email manager. Boom. Let's see if we can fix it. Are you gonna be kidding me? If it's something stupid like that, like I need to run a fucking discover command. Invalid route action. Yep, no, we're still getting the invalid action. So if you use the Livewire componentry mounted using use. Ugh. Alright, so that is the issue, that I'm not using Livewire for most of these, but I'll need to for that one. So let's try that. Alright, still getting the same error. Alternatively, this. Hang on, it's not fucking. Oh yeah, no, it is settings.email, so that's fine. Hang on, let's check if we've got any other live ones. No, we don't. Wait. In your routes web component and then update your route. Okay. All right. Let's try that. I don't think live. We aren't actually like just straight up using Livewire, which is interesting. Let's put that up the top. I guess that there. It definitely is an email manager. It's email. And let's grab this. And down to here, paste that. Get rid of that, I think. Hang on. Maybe not. Let's check. Nope, that one. Let's save this, and then I'm going to close it so I can open it here so I can actually see what's going on. Settings email. All right. Invalid route action Livewire. Your component inside Livewire, but you're importing it as ensure it is at that. Let's if it's in. Hang on. I could be an idiot with that import as well. So let's check these. App HTTP Livewire settings. App HTTP. Nah, it's not. It's in Livewire settings. So it's in that one. Livewire. Let's just paste this. Email manager. So that's there. Email controllers, email controller, folder controller, Livewire. Yeah, I don't know why it's like said to do that because that just doesn't actually make sense. And let's run this anyway, just to see if it'll clear everything. Let me copy it properly. Boom. Yep, error. Because no shit, what the fuck is Livewire class? Like seriously, what the fuck is that? So we go 40 down. V2 this. Oop, that's way too far. V2 that. Paste. There we go. Alright. Again, we're still getting exactly the same goddamn error, so fuck knows why. Why am I getting this invalid route? Settings, email accounts, email manager, class, and it is in settings.email. Or is it in Livewire settings? No, because this is just settings.email. Let's go to notifications, right? Boom. Up Livewire settings. Up. Nope. Livewire settings. Let's check notifications, right? There's literally nothing in there and it works. So let's go to email manager. There is a lot in here and it doesn't work. So the logical thing to do is close this one and delete everything. So let's just make sure that these are the same. Boom. Boom. Yep, that looks about the same way. Oh, actually. Hang on, wait, why the fuck does this have two namespaces? Oh my god, I put the wrong fucking namespace in the thing at the start. Oh, you're gonna be fucking kidding me. Undefined variable email accounts, of course it is, because I had the wrong namespace in the entire time. let's just undo all of that. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, we want that. Paste that, get rid of that. Now let's see. Invalid settings.email not found. Unless we do need to specify in here, Livewire settings email. Livewire setting email not found. Alright. Yoink. Paste. Yoink. Paste. Yoink. Paste. I spent longer asking ChatGPT to fix this than just deleting it and doing it properly. Resources views Livewire settings email. Fix the mount method. Alright. Wow, that just fucking fixed it. How annoying. Alright, let's add a test email, test@test.com. Add email. Did that do anything? Yes, it did. Nice. Cool. Alright, sweet. After whipping ChatGPT for way too long, it actually fucking works. Oh, I don't actually have a link for it in there. So choose email, boom. Alright, cool. Actually, we're going to need to also add in a thing for, let me refresh this, email accounts. Last checked out, and we're going to need to add in another duration pulse email accounts table. We're going to need to add in a sync action. So let's go user ID, email, password, host, table, boolean. That'll do. False. Man, what's this complaining about? Absolutely nothing. Alright, so then let's roll back our last migration. Roll back. And then we'll just run migrate again. And that should populate it properly. Cool. And I'm going to add a new one of these. Test@test.com. And I'm going to submit that. Refresh this. Cool, that's in there. And choose it. We're going to select it. And we're going to need to add some action on select. So what if, oop, if we do that, that seems to have behaved a little bit okay. Select email, so that one's selected, blah, blah, blah. We probably also want another button to just save. So in here, for each, I think we're going to need to add a operation or something to it, but where is it? Email folders. For each, I think we need to do a flux menu item, blah, 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 to get it to apply when we change it. So let's just keep vibe code in this shit. Hang on. Ensure public email accounts is defined public property. And that is on, I've totally forgotten, on email manager, I think. Ooh, not, yeah. Cool. Let's refresh it. Cool. Let's check out another one. So let's go with email folders because this does take effect on change. this email service is on mount. We need to select it. Cool. Too easy. On mount. This email accounts. Boom. This selected email accounts first. So let's refresh this. Oh, come on. And it should have selected it. Unless, what are we passing in? This selected email account. So we're going to need to yoink. Options value. Let's skim over this one to check it. We're good. It's fucking Flux, not Livewire. God damn it. Like I said, like I'm just stacking a lot of the Laravel front-end frameworks that I'm not used to, and I'm getting like stupid interactions of things like I'm using the wrong one in the wrong place for the wrong thing. Now this one all works fine, like I can switch it out, that'll work, so that's all good, but jumping back here, back to that one, back, there we go. So email account, select that, and that has not done anything to the database value for it, has it? No, it has not set it to active. So we want level 4 selected Y model selected email accounts. Is it? Can I just do it this way? Selected email account. This email accounts, probably not the first one. I think we actually want to get the selected one. So we want to get the one with is active set to true. And on change, yeah, there we go. Select, deselected. We probably don't want to delete, but whatever. Select active, that is exactly what we want. And we're going to jump in here, selected. Oh god, what is it going to be? Selected, I think it might be the value that we need to set in here, but I can't remember because like in Flux we can just set it to where is it? Wire click or like change or whatever to that, so we can just wire in directly. But I'm not too sure how to do that for this. So let's jump back into email manager. Boom. Render this email account. Blah 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 blah. Add in, save on, select, and load selected on default. 11 PM is vibe coding hours. Nope. Yeah, so this is a bit that we'll need the actual changes. Boom. All right. I have no clue what it changed. Nope, it's fucked up. Nice. Right, maybe I should just actually rename this. Like, I'm not too sure why I can't do that, but I might need to run the clear just so the model isn't cached. The PHP object isn't cached. So let's refresh it and that should work. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So let's select an email. Boom. I don't want to delete it. Let's refresh. Yep, is active. Cool. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, cool. All right. Yep. Cool. So let's jump into the not the menu, like the settings page. Settings. Nope, maybe not that one. Damn, where is it? Is it that one? Nope. Notification passwords, profile settings, played. No. Counter, player, blah, blah, blah. Auto save job partials. No, definitely not that one. This is just straight up in the dashboard. Nope. Components, layout, sidebar? Nope, that's the main sidebar. Auth card, simple split, auth settings layout. Yes, there we go. All right. Let's paste this in here and get rid of that one. Email, email account, Matt. There we go. Nice. Cool. So let's jump here. Cool. That is a-okay. Doesn't look great. Doesn't need to look great. It is what it is. Let's actually add in a password for it, I guess, as well, just so that we can actually do the syncing of it. But I'm going to need to do something to encrypt the password, even though I've for this specifically, I have a very locked down key that I've got from Yahoo, like a dev key for the API. So no one else should be able to use it if I leak it on stream, but I don't really want to risk that. So add new email. What else would we want in there for the email? We would want the password, and that's probably about it. We're going to need to add a enumeration for each of the mail clients and how they want their the SMTP connections and IMAP connections to be formatted. But for now, we're probably not needing to worry too much about it. But nonetheless, let's add in a password section in the, where the fuck is it? Email. Label 4. No, let's get rid of this. Boom, 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 boom. Password. Probably should be new password, but whatever. IMAP server, we will throw this in here, but it won't save it anywhere. Let's check how that looks. Yeah, that's okay. Host is active, last check created at updated. All right, so. Cool. What was it? New password, I think. Nope. Yep. Let's check where this is referenced. Add email accounts. New password required. What was the other thing we added? IMAP server. Not required, but no. Actually, I mean, fuck it. We just won't add it in for now. Email account create. And we'll throw that in. Cool. I really don't want to just save it like that. So we're going to need some kind of encryption for it. Laravel encrypt password. It's just going to be like an out of the box way to hash a password. Boom, boom, hashing. Come on, buddy. Oh, there we go. Cool. By default uses byte crypt or basic crypt. You want to specify a hash driver. Artisan command, basic usage, password controller. That actually isn't what I want to do. I want to encrypt the password because hashing will only work for logins and not for us. DigitalOcean token controller. Yeah, this looks like exactly what I need. Cool. You encrypt a value, then encrypt. So I guess we just import crypt. And then we encrypt it and save it. Seems easy enough. We don't need to do anything fancy, but I will grab this just for reference. No, that should be fun. And to decrypt it, set active. We're probably going to want to, actually not part of this, we're going to want it in the controller to grab them. But let's try this anyway. And I'm going to put in a password of 1234 add. I do expect that, I was expecting that to throw an error because the email already exists. I don't know if I've actually set it to be unique. So let's go test. Oh, hang on. I didn't put in the email. That's not how you spell com, but whatever. Add. What do we get? We got it. And that definitely looks like an encrypted password. So now when we want to access it, and we're going to need to access it, maybe not in this. Maybe in this. Maybe not. Controllers, email, account, controller. Store, show, edit, update, destroy. We are going to need to decrypt it with these. Boom. 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 Oop. Get the email account and decrypt password. Boom. Hopefully that'll be fun. And to test this out, I'm just going to add a API route. And what the fuck was, wait, where the fuck was this? Email account controller. HTTP controller, email account controller. I'm unsure what this will do because that's not what I wanted to type, but let's find out. Yeah, that's we do need to pass in a variable, and to do that, we are going to need to go function request user email account. Well, actually, that is also wrong. Yeah, email accounts on none. On null. Ooh, what the fuck? Hang on. Hang on. I am definitely doing something wrong here. Email accounts. I don't think we want that. I think we want not that. Not that. That one. Nope, not that one. Fuck me. What the gosh darn fuck is it? Get email account. That's one. Let's jump down here. Get accounts. And then I think we just need to provide, fuck me, I can't remember how to provide additional query parameters into the, like into the URL. Like, can I just hit them too few arguments? Yeah, exactly. So can I just hit them straight up with like ID equals 1? Nah. Hang on, what was that? Was that 0 past 10? Exactly what I expected. That makes sense. All right, cool. This is something that I would trust ChatGPT to answer just out the gate. Ah, that makes sense. All right, that should attempt to read property ID on null. Get email account. So let's jump back into it. That is in email account controller. Let's do that. Just to test it. Yeah, that looks fine. Now let's try grabbing the second one, which will have a password. It hasn't decrypted the password though. So, encounter, let's do this, because we're going to need to decrypt it. And that. All right, let's see if this gives us a password. No, I think that actually made it worse. I think it re-encrypted it. What the fuck? Email accounts, user ID. User ID is definitely one. Hang on. Where user ID is you. Hang on, no, that isn't what I want at all. I want where ID. Oh, hang on. Where user ID, user ID. Can we just chain wheres? Where ID get. Like, can I just do that? I mean, it seems like I can, but it isn't decrypting it. So that looks a little bit better. It's not. Test password. That is still the big decrypt string account password or account password nothing. So why is this wrong? Decrypt string. And what if we just like throw an additional value into there and we just go account decrypt? Nothing, because it won't actually return that. So I actually don't know if it's like it's not failing. Like it just isn't failing it. So let's DD it. Wait, why isn't it DDing? Why isn't it var dumping? Get email accounts. That is what I'm hitting, right? Oh, shit. Unless it's calling the model and not the API. Email account controller. Yes. Okay, let's go into the model. Get email accounts, get email account by email, store, update. Yeah, we can use that. Decrypt the email account password. I mean, obviously that isn't working. So let's go M. Hang on. We want to call. It's not a static method, so hang on. This is like that model isn't even defined. What the fuck is? What the fuck? Hang on. How is that even working? The model isn't defined like that. You may decrypt value tape provided the decrypt size. Value cannot be properly decrypted. Message can be valid, and error will be thrown. Right, let's just check the config key. All right, let's set the previous key. Well, and we're going to regenerate the keys just in case that's causing any issues. Oh. Key generate. Cool, that's run. Let's run this again. Nothing. Why can't I decrypt this? What the fuck? God, that is silly. Like, unless I need to also run that blah 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 blah. That's all fine. All accounts. Let's try that without this and see what we get. Nothing. That was what I was expecting because I didn't actually specify that. Just grab this one and put it back in here. And let's go to web. And hang on, would it not send email? Oh, it's API, which may not carry it properly through. I mean, what if we do this? Like, let's just run that. Yeah. I don't think it's in that thing. Yeah, no, wrong place. I need to put it in the controller. That should error because there's two. Yeah. Control auth not found. Ooh, spicy. Oop. So let's jump around a bit till we can find something with auth in it. Oop, shit. I guess that's it? No? Where the fuck's auth? Something has gone awry. Ah, facades auth. There we go. Cool. Get email account, find one will fail. Where that? Let's not do that because we need to decrypt the password. And it's still just ain't working. Why can't I decrypt this? Let's do that. We're also not getting it actually dumping stuff out. So it might be because I am using the API route and not the web route, which is alarming to consider. So let's throw this in here because fuck it, why not? Let's jump back and up here. We want that one back in the web. And let's whack around there. Cool. No, we've already got it. It says drop off API out of that. Nope, we're still getting that. How curious. Oh, that's fair enough. All right, so let's get rid of all of those. I'm fighting for my life here to decrypt a goddamn password. All right, you know what? Let's API. If there is get email account. Get email account. All right, I need to add in the API. Cool. Nope. Not good. No good. Let's delete it and we'll try adding it back in. Let's delete both of them. Hang on, what? Hello? Okay, there we go, cool. And then we're going to add them back in. And let's just go here. Cool. Add new email. Root at dev.local. Add. We've got it. It's encrypted. And if we jump forwards. Okay, that actually is curious. Not found. Let me check that it is still an API. Yeah, that's all. Curiouser and curiouser. I mean, let's literally just bam. The payload is invalid. Let's do this. Boom. Nah, I just copied it line by line. The payload is invalid. Oh, right, we didn't fucking encrypt it. This has a bunch of dots at the end, and I'm kind of concerned that that actually might be truncating the entire encrypted string. Hang on, let me just check the length of password real quick. Varchar 255, sorry. Let's just set this to a long text. Actually, let's just set this fucking 1000, right? Jump back into it. Delete it. Recreate it. Okay, fair enough. That's not an email. Yeah, that is a lot longer. All right, cool. That actually might be the issue. Was it just being truncated? How embarrassing. Yep, there we go. Cool. All right. So this is actually fine. Was fine the way that it was, but let's just grab this one, jump back into here. Let me check that I saved that. I'm not too sure why it is complaining about it. So let's jump into that. Web, we don't have any email. We're going to need to grab that big clear cache command. Yoink. Oh, actually, no, that's still not working. Attempt to read property ID on null. Which means I have done something wrong with the email manager. Not the email manager, the email account controller. That's what I meant. Right, so let's undo all of this because it was actually pretty a-okay in that initial case. Let's just boom. Nope, wrong boom. Yoink. Boop. What do we got here? Attempt to read ID on null. That could be okay. And 1. Not found. Now, why is that? Potentially because we don't have a user at this point. Can I edit email accounts? Yeah, user. Oh, ID's 4. Fuck me. All right, that makes sense. And I can edit it. Cool. Let's do that. Boom, boom, boom. The password is not decrypted though, so that is kind of useless. And that actually isn't how we want it structured. We do want to do something more along the lines of this. So we could probably actually go back to this one. So we want to get where the user ID, where it matches, email account, password. We want to just use this, like just how I had it initially. And let's jump up to there, delete all that, go here, refresh this. No! Attempt to read property ID on null. Let's undo that. And go back up. Email account for user. Damn, why isn't it providing the ID? And why is it not setting the account password? We don't actually want to do that. We want to then set the... Yeah, no, that is what we want to do. So in here, we should have password or guarded. No, fill password. Attributes, password, yes. So why won't it decrypt? Slightly annoying. Let's do that as well then. Yep, no, that actually is entirely working as well. So why is function count if for each email account set the password as that, otherwise set it as null. I mean, I guess no, I'm not following why this isn't actually assigning it correctly. What if we just go account here? Like this isn't gonna work, but what if we just go account? It should be undefined. Yeah. Right, so I guess at this point we're going to need to yoink and go to this and go to this, not that one, not that one, into the model, and oh fuck me, it does actually natively have a decrypt function because I'm a fool. Email account, nope, account. We should only be getting one. Password equals that. Oh, back. What is it? Email account. Boom. Boom. It does not like that. True, because it's a non-static method. Let's make it static. I've gone too far. Oop. Cool. Model script not found. And we're going to need to add crypt into it. So let's do a search through FCF for crypt. Fuck, wrong. Crypt. Where's there we go. Illuminate crypt. That is now in there. Boom. There we go. And the password is decrypted correctly. Whew, that was an absolute nightmare to get it to run. That was absolute nightmare to get that to work. So now that we've got that, refresh. Actually, like we don't actually want to do that at all ever. Like we don't want to return the email account with the password in plain text for obvious fucking reasons. But let's get rid of this. Cool. We're gonna need to boom set the sync for the email account, whatever. Nope. Actually, why do we want to take an ID for that? Don't we just take in the goddamn thing, the model? Oh no, because it's a controller. We don't actually even have the model here. Alright, and is active 1. Cool. Actually no, so it's last checked at, not sync time. Last checked at now. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. We probably don't want to return anything from it because we don't actually want to do that, but that it's a-okay. The email controller is what we'll need to mess around with though. So we're going to need to get it to get the email account and then fetch it, update it to the last fetch date, and then we need to modify the fetch email, like the fetch email command. Hang on, where the fuck is it? Email account controller, is it in here? Nope. Nope. Hang on, where the fuck is it? Ah, it's in here. Yeah, so this is really messy, and it's like hard coded with environment variables for my thing. What's it? All right, so how do we want to do this? We want a command that we can run on a schedule to call this get the email that is active for the user and scan their thingwhatsit. Scan the email. All right, so I'm going to close everything just so I can like have a bit of a fresher workspace. Actually, I'm going to kill everything and I'm going to commit everything. So I've got an alias gwhip, so which is this horribly long fucking command alias to it, which more or less just adds everything, commits it, and if we go git log, we can see, where was it, this one? Literally, it just tags it, whip, skip CLI. If you use any CI/CD, throw that in there if you're making a whip commit, 100%. Otherwise, it will file off your entire CI/CD stack. Anywho, let's jump into, is it provider of services, email service, and I want to say it's models email account. So get email account by email. No, we want to do this where, no, what is it? It is where is active true. Where is active is true. Actually, we probably don't want that on that one. We want to get email accounts, get email store, update, decrypt. Yeah, so let's jump back in here and let's go boom, boom. Get a user's active email account. Yeah, that is exactly what we want. Now, so jumping back in here, we can probably use them, like just pull it in here. It's gonna be messy, and we're probably gonna need to make that a static. All right. Yeah, no, I don't like that. So where are we? Oop. So how can we specify the user at this point? Because we're going to need to do it either in the constructor or we don't use the mail. We don't create the mailbox as part of the constructor. And I'm not too sure which would probably be the best way of doing that. Maybe splitting it up. So let's go. We don't want to get email accounts. We want to get users active email account. And we are going to need to take in the user ID from that. Unless in this service, we're able to access a user auth, or a user auth. Which I mean, you might be able to, but I don't think so. Let's throw in there. Let's just throw this in here anyway. And we'll see if we can do that. New email account. It is actually a static, so that should be fine to get active. So we should just be able to go boom, boom, boom. Oh, yes. Email account. Assumably that should work. Variable user ID is not valid. Okay, it's in that case, that's fine. And let's just check how I got the password last time, just so I don't do something silly. Controllers, email, account. Find a failed, so that is that. Because we are going to need to decrypt it. So if we did that, then we could create the mailbox. And we're going to need to take in data, I guess. You're right. We probably don't want any of those. IMAP host and port, we are going to be using them straight out of the environment variables. Let's get rid of this. And we're going to need a what's called pass user into email account. Good enough. Param. What do we get? Email account. No, that's not what I want. Actually, that is exactly kind of what we want. But Like that is actually exactly what we want to do, but we're going to break it up into two things. But let's try this. Like, I'm entirely unsure how this will and if this will work. Let's find out. Nope. We're going to go this. Whoop, this. Get active email account. Hang on, it returns it. So we're going to go account. And pass username for enter email account. And yeah, that should be fine if everything works. So let's check where I'm calling this. Email folders, I guess we'll do. Yoink. Yoink. Right, let's try this. Cool. Okay, yeah, no, that actually is fair. That looks like a huge typo. Not there. Yeah, that's the one. Using this when not in object context. Interesting. So we'll just go with that's actually probably a bad idea. Hang on. This is absolutely wrong on so many levels. Oh, no, wrong thing. Self. Hang the fuck on, why can't I find this in the constructor but not anywhere else? Then maybe I will need to make this a singleton. Man, what's that say? Service constructor? Nope. Instance of the email service. I think we want to make it protected, right? Let's just see what what's called has to say about it. That just does not look right to me, but let's kill all of this and see what happens. Quarter private, construct from... Wait, why the fuck's the constructor private? Yeah, using this not in object context. So we don't want that. We actually want an instance. There we go. And then we're gonna do that. That is exactly how we do that. And then we're gonna delete this. And we're gonna... Hang on. I mean, I guess... That ain't right. That ain't right at all. I take it back, that seems to have worked. What the fuck? I have many, many questions. Many questions. How the fuck? Okay, whatever. I mean, yeah, that worked. Yeah, that was actually surprising and a little bit off-putting, but nonetheless, that is all good. Cool, so we got those ones, we got that. Let's throw in exactly the same thing for fake. Oh, actually, wait, we need to do the updates and the scans. Sync. So, what do we want to sync? Actually, let me just check this, refresh this. Not that, in my folders. So syncing these ones, and we need... Oh, hang on, no, that isn't right. What the fuck is it returning? New email account. Where the fuck is this coming from? That just doesn't make sense. I'm just not following how the fuck that happened. To be honest. TBH. Email folders. Oh, I'm in email folders. I'm in the wrong thing entirely. I need to be in... Firstly, in the API, I think. Yeah, that's what we need. That makes sense. So that was like 4. Boom. All right, cool. So that'll spit that back out. So it's email account controller. Email account, email service. Email account, boom. No, hang on. Wrong thing. Hang the fuck on. Where am I? Email service. We don't even use goddamn email service in here. What are we doing? What are we trying to do? We want to get mailboxes. Like literally just run that. That is all we want to hit. Get list folders on null. All right, cool. That is not exactly progress, but we are making our way. Where the fuck's the email account come from? Boom, boom. Let's hit it again. Must be type email account given, string given. Hang on, wait. I need a bit more information. What do we pass? What did we pass in this? Function pass user email account. We didn't pass in an email. I don't know. Let's just hit this on so we can see what it returns. Nothing. All right, that takes in the ID of the thingamotsit, the other thingamotsit. So I guess we just throw it, pass in null. User not found. Okay. So why are we not authenticated at that? Really? All right, let's check how we go through the auth here then. Middleware array auth. Let's jump back in here, undo that. Route middleware group, blah, blah, blah. Boom. Nope. Nope. There's nothing else fancy that needs to go on here. But we'll need the auth. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Unless we need to hit that in there as well. Let's refresh it. Wrong one. Let's go back. That has redirected me to the wrong thing. Let's check this auth. Right, let's get rid of that one. Hit it with a refresh. And it's still bouncing us back. Go down. So maybe we... Alright, you know what? We're going to grab this and we're just going to put this in the web one because that seems to behave. Cool. Email service does not exist. Yes, it does. Hmm. Why does it not exist? Definitely should. It quite literally does. Probably because we've done something to turn them into arrays. Oh, yeah. Get email account. And we're going to need to then go where active because we want to get the first one, and that should be good. Oh, sorry, not active. What is it that we've got it set up? Is active. There we go. Okay. Root password to like blah 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 blah. Cool. Let's get rid of the DD. Not in where the fuck did I put it? That looks like a DD. Cool. Must be type email account. JSON response given. Actually, let's jump back. We don't want to respond with that. We just want to return the email account. Using this, not in object context. God fucking damn it. Why can't I use it in a context like that? Public select project. This is just absolutely insane. Like, can we do that? Can we just fucking do that? And then instead of going this, can we just go fucking instance? That can behave. Xdebug is detection possible infinite. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that is 100% fair. That is actually 100% fair. I'm just gonna get old mate to tackle this. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yoink. Crypt not found. But hang on, what's email service? Oh, right. I thought I was decrypting it on the model, but I can decrypt it here as well. That is a-okay. Thanks for the raid, Coppinger. How's it going? I'm absolutely failing with Laravel for the last little while. How's things going? How's your stream? Hopefully you're having a good time. I ignore the fact that I haven't paid for Spotify and we're going to be getting ads. Payload is invalid. Oh, great stream. Thanks. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. What were you up to? Coding, working on stuff, getting stuff done? What's your email? I'll invite you to the Spotify family. That is quite a generous offer. I will pass on that because I am not too keen on doxing myself, but thank you very much nonetheless. Oh shit, okay, a lot of people rating. How's it all going? But yeah, no, thank you very much for that offer. I will definitely sort it out sometime soon-ish. But it's a nice little reminder that not everything in life is sunshine and rainbows. Laravel, yes, this is a Laravel. Alright, so just for everyone that's just dropped in because it's been a large raid, the short version is I wrote my resume in LaTeX. Recruiters' automatic character recognition can't recognize the characters half the time. So I firstly have to rewrite everything in like fucking Microsoft Word, and two, I'm sick of manually going through and applying for jobs. So I may or I may not have written a scraper for every applicable job on Seek. So we're sitting at this uncomfortable level of 1,800 jobs. And I'm just going through at the moment and setting up some of the back-endy-ish stuff, like the configuration. There's a bunch of Laravel frameworks that I don't use very often and I'm not super familiar with, which is why I'm getting all these really stupid errors that I'm absolutely struggling with. But yeah, so I'm just going through at the moment, setting up some emails, setting up the ability to add in emails so that we can pass the information from responses and shit, so we can track all of those. So here is an example, and I'll just refresh it and pray I haven't killed it. I have killed it. Give me a moment just to undo everything that I've just done because it was very silly. Probably about here. That should be about right, I think. So it'll take a moment to load, but it's scraping through my emails for anything sent by Seek and categorizing them into a couple of just broad categories, just until I can work out exactly what I need them to be categorized as. So things like the generic acceptance emails, because like I said, there's 1,000 or so jobs listed in here, and I'm just going to let the AI loose and apply for every single one of them in 24 hours. And I don't want to have to go through my email and actually delete them. Where the hell did I just put that API call? No, not that one, this one, there we go. So all the ones that come through for the generic application submitted confirmation, a bunch of ones that I couldn't really classify explicitly. So things like, here's your 2FA code. Don't worry, it's already expired. Don't get too excited. And then just the generic, you're a strong applicant emails. But more importantly, the emails when people respond to your application. So I'm going to throw all of that into a dashboard in here. Looks like shit, like I said, I'm just messing around learning all the front end stuff for Laravel, but we'll be able to have a nice little dashboard to see how many jobs applied for, what the actual response rate is. And yeah, so that's what I'm up to at the moment. I was actually just about to go and have a cigarette and glass of water, take 15, but now I feel slightly pressured because I've been raided. But actually, I might go and do that anyway. So give me a quick moment to change the database connection to the Docker host. And the reason that I need to do this is because when I run the scraper, over the last 3 days that I've been building this, Seek have implemented a couple of anti-scraping measures. Hang on, I'll just drop the truncate the table as well. Oop, wrong button. Wrong button again. They've added some anti-scraping measures that somehow, for some reason, are preventing the Docker container from scraping the jobs properly. But it still scrapes fine directly from the main machine. So I'm going to BRB in 5-10 minutes, and I'll see you all when I get back, yes. And I hear the cat screaming at my door as well. Yeah, sorry about that. Pretty bad timing, all things considered. I actually didn't manage to get to go for that cigarette, so I will be sneaking back off. Let me just bump this back to the internal database connection so things can actually run. Cool. I think things might have gone a bit awry because there's now 6,000 jobs in the database, and that is probably not right. Uh, do, 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 do. Cool. So something that I'm unsure how I want to tackle is logging in with logging into like the job board platforms and that kind of stuff. So I can either cookie jack myself or I can go through and try and log in. Trying to log in like with credentials if they are supplied has the slight downside of Seek implementing two-factor authentication. The reason I say it's a slight downside is because in the search for everything that Seek sends, they came up with a great idea of sending the verification code in the subject line. So the two-factor authentication isn't too much of an issue to bypass. But the catch with that would then be signing in from a new machine and probably getting flagged. So it's something that I'm going to have to weigh up. Apart from that, probably for the rest of the stream, I'm going to be setting up like the queues for syncing the jobs, syncing emails, and maybe taking a shot at getting it to log in and apply for a couple of jobs. I got it to do one yesterday, but I had to like really hard code a lot. If we can just jump into where is it? Maybe this one? Nope, no, well, not that one. That was just the placeholder. Also not that one. Where the gosh darn hell did I put it? Oh, I made a command for it, right? So this will go through and grab, like literally just grabs the first job out of the database and goes through the application process just so that I could walk through with it to see what was going on, make sure that nothing wacky was happening. And it all seemed to work pretty well, actually. So after I get the authentication with Seek working, that's the point that I'm going to pipe everything into a into a large language model to hit the recruiters with what they deserve. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to go for that cigarette. So I'm going to hit you with the BRB and the Spotify advertisement. So yeah, see you all in 510. Right back at it again. I just totally forgotten what what it was that I was doing. All right, so the emails. So I'm setting up. So eventually down the line, obviously, I want to open source this and I want to allow other users to be able to have accounts, set up their preferences for job searches, for things they want to search for their emails, etc., etc., etc. So I just made a email accounts table. I just put some random bullshit in here, and I was working on getting that to sync through to populate like this sort of result. But I might skip over that and revisit it later because it's not too important at this point. And I am absolutely vibe coding to shit right now because there's a lot of stupid mistakes that I'm making with Laravel, and ChatGPT is making a lot of stupid mistakes itself. So I'm not gonna trust it too much. But anyway, actually, I should probably go back to this one. So the cron job or cron equivalent, setting up a queue in Laravel for the scraping. So I'm not super familiar with all of the latest Laravel implementations. So where the hell did I put it? Must be in this one. Yeah, there it is. There we go. So I'm going to set up some tasks for it, and I definitely need to set up the queues properly. I do have Redis and that is a bit weird. Let's just double check if this is all running as well. Yeah, that's fine. Cool, that looks fine. I also don't have any caching set up, so things are going to be a little bit slow, but that's neither here nor there in the grand scheme of things. And the cat is eating my shoes as we speak. Hold up. No, oh my god, he's disappeared under the bed. Next time he comes back out, I'll try and grab him and give you a little introduction. Alright, so your task schedule typically define the application's routes console. Hang on, he's eating my shoelaces. He is very cute. He's also a little menace. I actually keep him around just for streams. Nah, he is a furry little bastard. But so in the schedule of routes console, all right, so let's jump into that console. So we are going to want to schedule enclosures may also schedule invocable objects. I'm not too sure if there are any that I currently have for that. If you prefer to reserve your console commands for destinations only, you may use the with schedule method in your application's bootstrap. Goddamn. Actually, it might be easiest to do it this way. In addition to scheduling closes, scheduling the artisan's command. So, God, the cat is literally untying my shoelaces as I speak. Hey! Cat almost ducked me. So ideally, I do want to actually queue the requests, but I was absolutely having a time getting the queue to work. So let's just run back up. We'll take another shot. God damn it, cat, get off my pants. Take another look at setting up a queue. Oh my god. Drivers and prerequisite. In order to use a database queue driver, you need a database table, I want to use Redis. Redis. In order to use Redis, drivers should configure Redis database connection. We should have Redis configured correctly, but I'll just double check the queue for it. Config. Oh, actually, hang on. I think it would be in queue. That makes the most logical sense. I'll check that this is set in the M file to Redis. Nope, that's set to database. All right. Redis client, PHP Redis. I'm pretty sure I have that installed in the container, but let's just double check. So I'll connect into the Docker container and I grep PHP Redis. Maybe not. I'm pretty sure it is one of Docker P. Is it Docker PHP extension? Yeah, install. I just check what ones they are. PDO. Maybe I'll need to actually install it normally. Like I can't just use redline reflection session soap. I've had to write a soap API once and it was shocking. Do not recommend. PHP Redis. Let's grab that and probably this. I'm not too sure if I have pickle or whatever they're calling it nowadays in the what's it? I don't want any of that. I want okay. Easy enough. Cool. That looks all good. Let's just check this to see if it'll come up with like queues or anything here. And let's check Redis. Couldn't find anything, just empty space. I have no clue if that means down. Wait. Down. Oh God. So I've got fly screen on my window and the cat's recently realized that it can scale it, which is unfortunate. All right, hold on. So we've got that installed now. Redis client is PHP Redis. I'm pretty sure that is exactly what it is. So let's jump back into the configuration. SQS Redis driver. Oh, hang on. Whoop, shit. Hang on. Redis client. Connect queue default, Redis queue default, retry after, block before, after commit false. Client. I don't know if I need to add this configuration file. Oh, hang on. That's in the database, not in the queue. Yeah, that's fine. Redis URL, Redis hosts. I'm unsure if those are valid. So we're not using cluster, obviously Redis. If you'd like your application integrate Redis Redis package, ensure Redis client is Redis. Initial default configuration, Redis supports connection parameters that may be defined for each of them. So I'm unsure of what the difference is between the URL and the host, in all honesty. Which serializing compression, interacting with it. We definitely will want to fuck around with pub sub for a bit, but probably not quite yet. There is a Redis Explorer, like, so PHP my admin equivalent for Redis, but I don't remember what it is. Redweb or Redis admin? Let's suss them both. None of those look exactly like what I want, so we're going to go with maybe this one. That also isn't what I am looking for. God, what is it? I'm just going to quickly skim through some of my other projects because I know that I have it somewhere. Let's jump back in here. Development, Timecraft, repos. I want to say it's testing with Lara. Backend. I think it's in the compose file. Redis. Maybe not. Maybe not that one. Hang on, the cat is literally eating my cables. God fucking damn it. Jesus Christ. All right, so I've got a laptop on my bed, right? I mentioned this, I don't know if most of you guys were here first, but I've got a Windows laptop on my bed that I use to play RuneScape. It's a touchscreen and the cat's just gone and like mashed keys on it. Like, it is an app. This is exactly the one that I'm looking for. This is exactly the one. All right. Don't care. Just give me the Docker. I'm gonna need to like catch that cat in a second before he starts like building a nuclear bomb or something. It's for runoff, that's why. All right, so let's just throw this into the Docker file. I don't think it's this one. Boom, Docker for compose. Redis is here. So I'm gonna paste this in here. I think that actually is exactly what we want. Nope. All right, that. Oop, that was not what I want to do. Yeah, that should be fine. So we need to set the host. I app host. Oop. We shouldn't need any of those. That should all be fine. We'll probably need to set the port as well. We could probably use the default port. Oop. Actually, we probably don't need to set that because we can use the default port. So I'm going to exit out of this and then up the stack again. And it'll take a little moment to pull that down. So give me a moment just to wrangle this cat. Cool. Looks like this is crashed, actually. Address is not valid, not available. I don't know if that's saying that the port that I'm going for is already in use, or something else. So let's, I didn't want to write and quit that, but whatever. Okay, cool. Yeah, that looks like that's up. Maybe. Maybe not. Nope. Address not available. Hmm. 5540. I don't think anything else is run on 5540, but we will take a look nonetheless. Let's double check this. Hmm. I'm not too sure why this isn't doing what it should be doing. I don't want to download it. I just want to add it to a Docker Compose stack. Compose Redis Insight. That's weird. All right. I guess it is does want to run on a different port. Let's try that. 8001 is probably already taken, but let's check it out. And open this. 8001. Nothing. 8001. Also nothing. Let's just let this run the entry point. It's taken a real long time to run the docker entry point.sh, which is rather alarming. Reads inside volume, reads inside. Reads inside of both docker name upload. Connect them, server name instead of the host. I just checked that they're on the right network as well, because that could be a little bit of an issue. Network. I only have network set for traffic, so everything else should be on the default network. Oh, this just seems to not be spinning up. All right, let's try this again. Let's try this one. Like literally copy and pasting this one back in. Boom. I'm gonna need to add in this volume. I don't know if I actually even have any volume set for this project yet, but whatever. Yeah, we've no clue why this is taking so long. What is going on with this? Okay, there we go. That is running now. Good. Okay. Whatever. I'll just turn everything on. I don't care. Add Redis database, default at, nope. We want this to be at Redis. And I think that should be right. Boom, boom. Looks like it's connected, but I'm not even too sure if I'm making use of it in Laravel. So let's throw in a Redis cache or something. We don't want a pub sub. Let's check out packages. There is certainly some kind of caching in here. So let's check out this one. Probably not. Octane, that sounds like something that would speed up your application. Franklin PHP with Sail. Don't want to do that. Nope. Also nope. I might take a look at setting this up later, but definitely not anytime soon. Precognition? Nope. Global post. I have posts set up. Let's just run this real quick. Apparently top isn't found. All right, so I'm gonna need to update it. So apt update and apt install top y. That is not how you spell install. Install. Just gonna let that run. And Laravel Redis cache. Unable to locate top. That's curious. So database memcached Redis. We have that set up. From information regarding Laravel documentation page. We're definitely not using Dynamo. Yeah, this should be configured correctly. I'm going to go ahead and actually artisan, I think it's make command. Make command, yep. Make command. Redis subscribe. And we're literally just going to copy and paste this in. And using the publish method. Alright, so let's grab this and let's put this into the API actually. Boop. And let's just yoink all up down to here. Cool. So let's then test that out. So that should just be straight to publish, and then we should be able to see something going on in here. So that's in here. Let's get rid of this API and boom. Cool. So we should hopefully see something pop up in the database. No messages display. Subscribe to everything. Let's try it again. There we go. Okay, cool. So the pub sub's working. We're connected to Redis. Wildcard subscriptions, which may use caching more messages and channels, generating past second provided to the closure. Yep, not that. And then let's check these, just to make sure everything looks okay. Cool. Yeah, that's now picking up readers. And this should hopefully be picking up the everything. Kind of is. Kind of is. Kind of is, cousin of isn't. That's fine. That is fine because we finally got the hashing to work properly. Cool. So we need to set up a job and a schedule. That is what we need. So let's just do a search for jobs. And this job is going to be fetch seek listings. And I'm running the most beautiful command you should always run in production, chmod 777 with a flag for recursive. And that's in jobs. Boop. Cool. Alright, so what do we have in here? Public podcast, handle it. Alright, so what we want to do is actually just call the thingamabout. We want to call the, not that, without related, nope. I just want to call the artisan command. Also not helpful. And I don't want to chain it. Chain failures, customer queue. This isn't too helpful. So let's take a look at the task scheduling again. And check out queue jobs. Alright, so let's jump back into this and we'll schedule it in the console. Oop, hang on. Fuck, I keep opening the stub. Cool. So we got artisan and schedule. And schedule call, invocable objects. So we need to pull in the command. So our command is scrape job listings. Now, I'm unsure about the difference between these two. Commands class name, pass an array of additional command line arguments. Okay, so it looks like you can just call it as the command. So if I was to go boom, or actually, no, I probably will want to go this way. And that's going to be scrape job listings every minute. I mean, fuck it. Let's fire it off every minute. Can we set it to like 5 minutes? Oh, perfect. Every 5 minutes. Nope. Yeah, let's just let that run and we'll see if it runs. And we should then be able to check the not that, 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 not that. Where is the let me just run this again. So that is a schedule. So we should be able to see the schedule. Schedule list. Oop. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we got that one running every 5 minutes, and hopefully it will be outputting to the log file that we specified. So out log. I'm going to delete everything in this log real quick. And what else do we need to do? We need to probably schedule the checking of emails. So let's jump up to here. Script job listing, apply for job. Oh no, hang on. That's the one, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe not. Maybe it's services and email service. So we're going to need to make a command for scraping the emails. And I need to save the emails to the database because I keep forgetting to do that. So let's go PHP artisan. And I think this is what I messed up last time because I made a model for it, but I think that was the wrong way of doing it. I'm actually just going to ask ChatGPT for this one. Hang on, what is it that I'm trying to do? I'm trying to make a how to make a email database migration and controller in Laravel. Because I run a like make model and then dash all last time and it just got a bit silly. So yeah, that's the actual migration. That's not what I want. That's kind of what I want. That isn't what I want at all. No, I just want to store emails. All right, so let's just make a new chat so it isn't polluted and just run the same thing again. How to make a how to store emails in DB in Laravel when I have them in JSON. Let's just say JSON. So I don't think I have a proper model for them. That is absolutely not what I fucking want to do. Yeah, no. Let me just actually grab one of the emails so that I can actually, let me just double check that I don't have a model already for the emails. App models, email account, email folder, job user. All right, no, I do not. No, The email content, not addresses. Ah, I see. You're referring to email content. It still wants to store it as a JSON. Okay. Yeah, no, that's absolutely not. I mean, yeah, no, that is just not what I want. All right, let's jump back into the docs. We want both controller and a model. Make controller. Actually, do we even want a controller for it? I think we might just want a model for it. View sessions, validating, logging, blah, 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 blah. Contracts, file storage, caches. Actually, let's check out caching while we're here. Oh, this is one that I looked at before. Collections, maybe. Collection class player, fluent, convenient wrapper for working with arrays of data. Creating a collection, extending a collection. Available methods, don't care about any of that. Mail, notifications, package, process, queues, strings, tasks, database it is. Getting started. No. All right, so we don't want a factory. I don't think we want a factory. Let's just check some other factories because I think I accidentally made a factory and I didn't need one. Yeah, it's an email account factory. Let's check out the user factory because that might be useful. I mean, maybe the factory could be useful. We probably don't want Cedar. Resource class. What the fuck is a resource class? And what the fuck's a request? All right, whatever. Let's just grab this. We're just running it and we're gonna see what happens. And this is going to be emails. All right, let's jump into the migration. I'm praying that I made a migration. If it didn't, I'm gonna be so mad. It didn't fucking make a migration. How did I miss that? Make model. Oh god, I'm a fucking idiot. Can I just do the same thing and then throw on that? Fuck. How do I roll shit back like this? Like, cause that's a can I roll back a make model? Well, roll back make model. Just delete it. Seems to be ugly migration rollback, but I didn't make a migration, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it's just straight up like delete it. Okay. All right, so what do we get? We got a nope. Let's go this way. Controllers, emails. I think that's the emails. Yeah, that's the emails controller. So we're going to delete that. Can I delete that? I can't delete it from there. Annoying. Emails controller, delete. Request. Emails, delete. Jobs, nothing in there. Livewire, mail. Models, email can go. Policies. I think I want to keep that one. Email service, I definitely want to keep. All right, I think that's it. All right, now let's run the same thing again. Cool, perfect. All right. So what do we want to store in there? So looking at the results that we get, from emails. We have the subject, we have the from, and that's pretty much probably all we'll need to save along with the date. So I'm just gonna dump out, I'm actually not too sure if that's a web or a API route. Let's check. That is a boom. And what was it? Fetch emails. Response JSON this email service get email. I'm gonna DD not email ID. V2 space. Next one, yoink. Boom. Boom. And this should dump everything, right? Hopefully. Hopefully. Just while that loads, hit you all with an ad. It's taking a fair while to load. And it looks like it didn't actually dump out the DD. Disappointing. Let's check the logs to see if it's actually created it. And it doesn't look like it has. So let's jump back in here. I just run that just to make sure that there aren't any permission issues. All right, this is gonna have a hissy fit and take ages. I could probably limit the, so let's jump into the email service. I'm gonna set it to limit it to like the last couple of days to a month or something. Get active accounts, blah, blah, blah. Get emails. So I need to search this and find the limiting qualifiers for it. Not that. This mailbox. PHP IMAP mailbox. Okay, cool. So we can add searches like this into it. So hopefully this will make it a bit faster for the search. Whoop. Is it search mailbox? Yeah, so it's just straight up search mailbox. So let's do this. Get rid, oh, hang on. Let's paste this. I'm not too sure how to like chain these together. So let's go since, let's like go just the last month. So what month are we even in? January, February. Alexa, what month are we in? Alexa, what month is it?
The current month is March, which is the third month.
Let's hope that that works. I'm entirely unsure if it will, but let's find out. Mailbox is empty. All right, so let's go. Cool. I might check grab attachments. Blah 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 blah. Oh, hang on. No, that's not what I want. This is probably what I want. All right, so we want to find. I mean, new ideally. Search. Okay, so your subject, search, and then since whatever it is. All right, hold up. So let's go the other way around. Hang on. Does it need a quote around it? It seems like it will, but let's go this way. And paste that in. And we'll do the same thing again. Run it back. I should have a couple of emails in the last month. All right, so let's go Jan. Oop. Hey. And let's hit it again. Mailbox is empty. What is SEUID? Oop. SEUID. Valid flags are, as you see, arrayed to contain UIDs instead of message sequences for numbers. This song is Cool on the Internet by Margot. I don't have it set up to let you know, and thanks for the follow. I tried Svelte today. How was it? I haven't checked out a lot of those cool new front-end frameworks. Probably the most recent one that I've been messing around with is HTMX, which is pretty good, actually. But I'm more or less using it like markdown for like blog posts and stuff anyway, so. Really? I might check it out then. React, like I love React, absolutely love React. But, oh, hang on, sorry, give me a moment while I just be an idiot and so validate without double quotes. Boom. Send v in that boom x1 July 20. Let's go 2024 and see if that'll return anything. Let's run that. How feature, like compared to React, how feature complete is it? Because like I feel like React's been around for a while, like a fair while. So I feel like there's a lot of like support and like a lot of libraries. Can I share a YouTube video that explains in a nutshell why Svelte might be better than React? You can, but I'm not going to play it today. I might check it out tomorrow. If I stream tomorrow, I might chuck it up, do a little bit of a React content, coming for XQC spot. But I do really need to just smash out as much of this as I can for the day. But feel free to post the link in chat and I'll save it for later. It's from Prime Agent. Do you mean Prime Agent? I'm a big fan of Mr. Primogen. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, chuck it in chat, and I will definitely pull XQC and react to that content. But not tonight, because it is 1:18 a.m. at the moment, and I'm struggling as it is. I'm up search, subject, boom, since. God, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Now let's. What are you making? I'm making a application that will apply for literally every job on Seek in existence. You just graduated. How? What is uni like nowadays for that kind of a thing? So I'm. So I did a couple of like coding courses at university, but it was just sort of like to fuck around. I did EE and then I dropped out of that anyway. So primarily self-taught, but like a lot of the like juniors that I've worked with that have like recently graduated have sort of been like really hit and miss with their skill set. Like honestly, I think it would be good if at university they had just like literally 1 or 2 courses on using Git, using project management software, and setting up your environment. Like just the basic stuff that you'll need to know, but they're not going to teach you. But this project is, firstly, it looks like shit because I am using a bunch of Laravel framework front ends that I'm not familiar with at all, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing it. But I'm scraping literally every single job off Seek by search terms. And then I am going to use this to apply for them by pinging all of the questions that they have in the interview process into a local large language model to fill out the job application and just literally apply for 6,255 jobs in a day. Use time in uni to prep myself for the big boy world. Actually, I'm still hunting for jobs. It is rough out there. So I lost my job probably 4 months ago at this point, and I've applied for hundreds of jobs. That's actually one of the reasons that I'm doing this is because I made my resume in LaTeX and it looks beautiful, but all of the recruiters, they all use fucking like shitty character recognition to parse your resume and put it into their database. And their character recognition just wasn't working with my resume. It just wasn't reading it properly. So it would do things like so I studied electrical engineering, right? And it would read that and it would go, this applicant lives at electrical engineering. He studied at Perth, WA. Like it just absolutely did not handle my resume at all. So I've copy and pasted everything from that resume just into a shitty Word document and submitted it to like 2 or 3 jobs, and it's already getting better results. But that's another reason that I'm doing this is down the line, I'd like to add in some additional functionality to like optimize resumes and more or less split test them by like there's so many jobs here, and it'll be able to track if they open it, if they respond to it, if I get an interview, blah, blah, blah. But I want to be able to like modify the resume based on that sort of result. So more or less just split test it, gather as much data as I can. Obviously, I'm planning on open sourcing this once it's like cleaned up and actually working. So yeah, hopefully it'll either help some people get jobs or drive some recruiters insane. Either of those outcomes is a win in my book. But yeah, no, getting your hardest job. Getting the first job is always going to be the hardest part. Once you're like sort of in, after you've got a couple of years of experience, I do actually strongly recommend building a good rapport with a couple of recruiters. Like if you know that you want to go into a certain type of development and you can find a recruiter that primarily works with either those sorts of companies or that kind of a stack, build a good rapport with them, because even if they don't have anything now, and chances are if you just graduated, you're going to get a lot of rejections. They're going to keep your resume on file, and in 3 years, they're going to be crawling out your ass to try and get in contact with you. But getting the first job is always the hardest. But it is just a numbers game. Whoop. Oh, sorry for that. I don't know why I did that. I will disable that right now. Streamlabs. So the reason that I have Streamlabs enabled is because Streamlabs is all right. So I use Stream Elements for all my overlays and stuff. And it allows for donation pop-ups, that kind of stuff. But it doesn't allow for subscription pop-ups and notifications. Only Streamlabs does. Because more or less I've built my own site here. And I'll mute you in a second when I work out how. And I'll disable Stream Elements. Sorry about that. Can I just straight up undo this from here? No, I can't. All right, hold up. Chatbot. Hang on. Chat Clarbot. Cheers. What the fuck is? All right, I think I just want to turn all of these off. All right, hang on. Let me jump back into Twitch, wherever the fuck I put it, and I'll see if I can like unmute you and everything. I don't know where the hell it is. So I'm also not super familiar with all of the Twitch stuff. Okay, how do I undo this? Can I just... No, that doesn't look like what I want to click on. All right, I think I've disabled it. Try dropping the link in chat again. And pray. Oh, hang on, sorry. No, I found link protection. Okay, link protection's off. I live in Amsterdam and I feel like job market here isn't as strong as the US. Research where skills demand in an area. Most jobs are Java, PHP, Python, Golang, and React. Yes, absolutely true. So Java is great. There aren't too many jobs explicitly for it. Mainly because so Java's one of those languages, it's like COBOL or something like that. So primarily you're competing with 50 to 60-year-olds that have been in the industry for ages, that are going to get referred to by their old co-workers. So it is pretty hard to get an explicit Java role, but a lot of if you get your foot in the door, you'll be able to sort of pivot into Java. PHP is pretty ubiquitous. I strongly recommend it. Yeah. I've actually got a project. So I won't pull it up or anything, but Java is really, really performant. So I have it's an AI. And when I say AI, I mean, it uses weighted heuristics to come up with the best possible solution for whatever, situation you throw at it, more or less. So I've set that up to, more or less optimize calendars and that kind of stuff. I love Laravel as well. I'm actually not a huge fan of ORMs, to be honest. So I also strongly recommend React. Golang, I actually haven't seen too many Golang jobs personally. Or Rust for that matter. Which sucks because they're both cool languages that I wish there were more jobs going for them. Try chucking the link in chat again because it should be good at this point, I hope. Golang is a sleeper. It is. Fucking Microsoft rewrote a whole bunch of their stuff in Golang recently, a whole bunch of it. They rewrote everything in Rust and then they rewrote it all in Golang because it was faster. I think their official TypeScript compiler, the Microsoft's one, they rewrote in Golang as well recently. I don't know Go. but I can write it, and I've written a lot of Go, but if you ask me how to write Go, not a fucking clue. It's the same with regex. Like, I know how to use regex. I can use regex. I can tell you what regex does if you show me like a regex query, but I don't know regex. Convert to TypeScripts. I think we're going to see a lot of new jobs. Yes, I feel like everyone that uses JavaScript is trying to pivot to TypeScript, and 100%, I actually love TypeScript, one of my favorite languages. By the way, you've got a good vibe. Cheers. It is an ungodly hour for me locally, but I do try. Fuck, what was I doing? I totally forgot what it was that I was just poking around in. I just skim around a little bit to try and find. Nope. Oh, I was making a model for. Fuck no, I was setting limitations on the search for the emails. And I think it was in this one. Oh, that's also what I was quickly going to show. So I've made this personal site, so you can more or less embedded stream on it, inspired by Destiny's website. Got a little bit silly. At some point down the line, I'll make my own chat properly. So Destiny has open sourced a bunch of his old website. I'm just going to mute this so we don't get anything going wrong there. But let me just drop this as well so I don't absolutely butcher my bandwidth. So he open sourced a bunch of his stuff. And one of the things that he has open sourced is his chat, which is written in Go, actually. So it uses a Redis queue for the messaging. And I have successfully like rebuilt everything and got it all working locally, but this entire site is on Vercel, and I'm not paying a single dollar for any of it at the moment. So I'm just embedding Twitch chats just straight into it. Let's kill that so I can keep my bandwidth. Yes, I need to work out how to fucking limit this shit. Free tier Vercel is honestly really good. And cheers for the follow. But yeah, Vercel is, yeah, they're pretty much like, I don't have anything bad to say about it. It is very nice. Their free tier is very generous. Yeah, no, it's great for personal projects and even like MVPs and that kind of stuff. It is 10 out of 10. God, how can I just search this goddamn... This is the correct way to use IMAP search with on date. Search inbox. Oh, I need to add... Wait, what? Hang on. So I currently don't have a LSP set up properly because, like, I'm an idiot. So my shortcuts for things like go to definition aren't working, which means I have to do, unfortunately, long searches just to rep the entire thing until I can find what I'm looking for. Maybe this one. Nope, I'm pretty sure this is exactly where I just was. It is. Alright, so we're gonna have to we're freeballing it into the vendor folder. Fuck, what is it? I was just gonna search for mail. Nope. Email? Nope. Fuck, what was it? Hold on, let me jump back a bit. PHP IMAP. That's the one. Vendor. PHP IMAP. Alright, we're in. Alright, so let's just poke around this so we can see. Well, I'm gonna look now and do more Svelte. Feel free to look. Actually, can you deploy Svelte? I actually have no clue how to pronounce it either. But can you deploy that to Vercel? Just like out of curiosity. I managed to deploy a more or less like a TypeScript node backend to Vercel, and it was a mission to get that going because they don't want you doing that, obviously. But I think they've like expanded their offering of like what they'll allow you to what they will allow you to deploy there. Whoop, that wasn't what I wanted to hit. I've totally forgotten what my key binding is to open that. There we go. You can deploy it to Vercel with zero config. Fair. I might check it out then. I might check it out. Like at the moment, I'm sort of the languages that I'm sort of like, whoop, shit. Like sort of familiarizing myself with a bit more is definitely Rust. But I might as well throw that into the list of check it out. Why not? All right, what am I doing? I want to search mailbox. All right, let's see. What can we do? Okay, so before, is there an after? Hang on, from. No, that's from. New. On. That's explicit. Since. Okay, there we go. Since. I swear I fucking put since in there. Let me just jump around a whole bunch till we get back to where we were. I think I've gone too far. Way too far. All right, well. Wrong one. Do this one. Nope. There we go. Yeah, no, since is definitely it. Maybe I need to add a comma in there or something. Let's try that. I have no clue what this song is, by the way. This one. I wish you had more time in one day. Honestly, so do I. It's getting late. I have a habit of streaming way too late. Like I get pretty invested in what I'm doing and then just end up spending way too long on it. All right, I'm actually gonna just delete from Seek and just say fuck it, and we're just gonna get everything and see if this since works, because this is just not doing it for me. Mailbox is empty. Okay, so allegedly, what if I get rid of that? All right, let's try this. This should get all of my emails, right? Just like a shit ton of emails for like last year. All right, it's taken a fair while, so I'm assuming that it's working. Storage. Let's check if we've got any. We have no logs. Why? Are these looking like that? Anyway. Nope. Oh, wait, no, it hasn't finished loading. Actually, I'm just gonna set that to this year, just to try and speed it up a little bit so it only grabs a couple of emails. Nope, mailbox is empty. What the fuck? Let's var dump it and then die. Yep, no, nothing. Why? Why? Construct. This is definitely grabbing the right mailbox. I hope. Well, let's undo all of that. Oh, hang on. What was that? Nothing. All right. And then we'll die again. Yeah, that's finding stuff. I'm entirely unsure why the from date doesn't work when it says that we should be able to search with since date. Huh. Since Jan 2025. Nothing. Marks red, set flag, clear flag, get mail info. Sort mails. Sort. Get mail ID sorted by some criteria. That actually could be useful. But not what I want. Get mail. That gets the actual mail. Let me move chat slightly over so I can sort of see what's going on down here. Check mailbox. What's this do? Current system time, driver mailbox, recent. Check mailbox. Get current system time, gets the protocol, name, status. Get lists. That's folders. And let's just need to like chain it. Like, from say, like, code minimum function, search mailbox and array. That makes sense. But absolutely not what I want. God damn, why can't I do multiple searches? Let's check the issues and see if anyone else has flagged this. It's ready to pass through email content. I'm going to pop this one open. Oh, actually, hang on. There we go. There is please send out a questionnaire and some order gets to fully understand. Fetching it, unseen, seen, change code to seen since, and it will not fence. Yeah. It seems like since is just not working. Yeah. Get mail, true. If some of yours body is missing, bed images, fetch a node allow, select range. I'm just going to do a search for since in the issues. And that one. Oop, that's not what I want. Let's take a look at this. Actually, can I capitalize it and explicitly search for that? No. Let's check closed. Pop that one, pop that one, pop that one. Get raw mail, pass mail. Don't want to do that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Get mailboxes for pass mail. Switch mailbox. What the fuck is this? Alright, hold up. Let's just try this, right? $20.25. Let's just run that. Because I've definitely received at least one email this year. Unfound variable mailbox. That's fair enough. It is in fact this mailbox. There we go. Okay, so that seems to work. Now let me chain them. From seek. Oop. Hang on. Yeah, no, from seek. Run. Oop, wrong one. Okay, that's worked. Okay. So it doesn't follow any of the standards that it says that it does. That is okay. That is annoying. Let's do this. And let's throw a to-do in here. To-do. Handle searching based on last synced time. But for now, we'll just grab them everything from this year. That makes more sense. The most sense. God, that's annoying. It's also very slow. Yeah, where the fuck did there it is. So the reason that I was working on, or before I was adding in additional like explicit email accounts, was so that I could set the last checked at time to populate this, to make the search a little bit faster. So let's just try this, setting this to like 3 or 4, 3. And let's see if this makes it any faster. And let's pull up, if I've got it around here somewhere. No, not that one. That is literally chat. Where the fuck is it? There it is. This one. So we can see the query time. So this will take like 30 seconds to run that query. And if we can go into here, hopefully we'll be able to see what's in my caches. Logs? Nope. Mail. Models. No queries. Not exactly. Requests, I guess. Yeah, there we go. So that was 3 seconds. No, I take that back. That's still 30 seconds. Yeah, and that's the response. So what can I do to make this faster? Like, apart from obviously caching. Actually, I don't even know if I can cache it because I want to sync it. Maybe I won't worry about it and I'll just run it every now and then, and we'll just have to suffer with it taking a little bit of time. Anyway, so let's check the schedule list. Scrape jobs. Let's just double check that this hasn't like quadruple populated it. Listings. We should have about 6K. Yep, we got 6K in there. Cool. All right, so these emails, how do I want to handle this? I'm gonna dump out the email after we grab them. And die. Just so we can see like the entirety of what information is there available in the email. Because I'd like to keep the catch the date as well. And I'll try and match that up with a existing job listing in the database so I can record that I've applied for it without having to do anything specific. And for the historic ones, cool, let's put one of these. That's a response. That's a response. Let's see if there's one. That's a strong applicant email. Next step. All right, there we go. Does this have who it is from? Is this the listing ID? That's the question. At where job ID equals that. Nothing. All right. Let's skim through a couple of ones. Nope. Nope. Respond to your application. Nope. Application successfully committed. App confirm. Let's try this one. Boom. Nope. All right. Is there any more information in this that I can grab? Not really. It's just application successfully submitted. That's a date that I applied. Nudity-free. That's strong applicant email. And another generic Your application was successfully submitted. Let's do a search for, like, I don't even know if these jobs are still listed, but let's do a search for this where advertise where why the fuck would it not let me take in advertiser? Advertiser like that didn't search at all. What the fuck? Oop, nope. Ooh, I don't know what I just hit. Cool, yeah, there's a couple that do match it. Let's do a search for this advertiser and title like cool, yeah, there's a couple that it could be. Actually, they're all exactly the same one because they all have the same job ID, because Seek lists the same job multiple times because they're absolute cunts like that. Cool. But this is only if they respond to it that I can get that information. I guess I'll probably try and get some more information out of the email. So let's jump into probably this. Save mail, move mail, make mail, it's rendered. Create mailbox, status, get listing. I mean, just straight up get mail. Are we actually running that? Is that like what we're doing here? Emails. Oh no, it's get mail info. Let's grab this one. So 30. Let's then go. How much that? Much faster than fetching an email. Nope. I want to fetch the email. No. And we'll dump that as well. This will take a little while to run because it's going to scrape everything from it. Or 34 of them. And then I'll probably take a look at using the folders that I've got set up to start moving these like applications around. Cool. All right. So this is, oh, fuck me. I've got the die before there, don't I? No, I don't actually. So this is 107. That's this. All right, let's get rid of that one. And we'll refresh it. While that's loading, I'm going to take a look at moving mails around. All right, so move mail. How can I do this? Mail ID and the mailbox. I mean, that seems simple enough. And we can set flags. What flags can we see in? Oh, that's not. I was hoping we'd be able to set flag for like important or something like that. Ooh. Undefined method. Get mail. No, that's definitely a thing. Get mail. What the fuck are you talking about? Mailbox. Oh, I left an S in there. That is fair enough. Typos will break a system. Oop, I think my computer might have frozen. Oh no, we are back, baby. Cool. Now let me jump back into this so I can poke around in it. Mark mail is red. Okay, so we can mark as important. Cool. Get quota. Oop, no. Message number must be of type int array given. That is also fair enough, actually. I'm going to close a bunch of these because I don't need them. Now let's go this way and we go get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Keep this. What was it? I think it was 37. Undefined array key 37. God damn it. Let's just grab the first one. Get mails info. Mail IDs. What can we do? Whatever. We'll grab the last one. Fuck it. Mailbox is empty. That's not good. Okay, wait, hang on. Which one was it? I don't know which one it was. Let's try this one again. Fuck's sake. Actually, let's just pop. Actually, can I go last? Alright, let's check out the readers to see what we've got going on in here. Absolutely nothing from the looks of it. Nice. All right, cool. That is a lot better. All right, what do we have? Bunch of HTML. Hopefully somewhere in here, there'll be a link to the job that I've applied for. And I'll be able to pass that out. Confirm token. Doesn't look like it. There we go. All right, yeah, it's so it is in that body, and that is the ID. So we should be able to jump back into job listings. Where job ID equals boom. There we go. Perfect. All right, great. It's a shame we're going to have to actually pass each of these for the body content, because that does take a little bit longer. Okay. Okay. Let's see if it appears anywhere else. Just there. All right. Cool. All right. All right, yeah, so I'm just going to need to save all of the emails. Just the basic info, like subject, date, and then I'm going to need to pass the text for that URL, like seek blah, 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 /job / whatever. And then I grab that whatever, and that is the job ID. Cool. All right. So I think I need to go into the migrations and actually make the emails. All right. So, ID, timestamps, table, email account ID. We can use that. UID, we don't need to keep. I'm going to allow this to be nullable for now. String UID, nope. Subject. Do I want the body? Yes, we're going to save the body as well. Actually, yep, let's get from. I'm also going to make a, like, I know I shouldn't have two classes in here, but whatever. We're going to go, fuck, what's it called? It's not an interface, it's like literally a type. But I mean, maybe an interface. No. Fuck, what's it? It's literally just an enum, PHP enum. Like, what the fuck is it? Oh, fuck, you can actually do that. Okay. Wait, can we? Okay, no. Enumeration and restricted layer on top of class and class constant intent way to define a close set of possible values for a type. Yes. Nope. Email type. This is not what I want at all, but so we're going to go case, application, case. What were some of the other ones we had? I've forgotten the qualifiers that I had set for it. What are application submitted confirmation has responded. It's going to be a big one as well. Has responded. I mean, let's throw that in there anyway. Rejection, other. I'm also going to throw in strong applicant. Whoop. Case strong applicant, not application. Applicant. And that should be about right. Interview, rejection, other, strong applicant, cool. Type, cool. Email default is other. What else do we need? So we need the date. Hang on, do I have the date? I don't have the date. Nullable subject from body type and received at. That's probably about it, actually. I think that's good. I think we're good. Cool. So let's run that migration. Whoop. Cannot declare email type. What? Okay. Email type enum. It is. Oop. There is no way that's in use. What the fuck are you talking about? That is just annoying. What? I have no clue why I can't do that. I have absolutely no clue why that won't work. Maybe if I just throw this actually in the migration. No. All right. I'm just going to comment this out. Yeah, fuck. All right. Table string type default other. I guess we'll just leave that as it is. And run the migration. Cool. So let's check the database. Boom. Emails. Cool. And then in the email service, how do we want to do this? Show the form for creating a resource. I don't want that. Models, email. Oop. None of that is what I want. And I'm just going to get ChatGPT to do that for me because fuck it. Nope, not that one. Let's go back to the migration. Boom. Submit migration. Actually, we do have an email. Oh no, email account factory. models, emails, yoink, and paste, and emails controller, boom, populate, complete these. And what's that? That is the model. Boom. Create store email request. Make request. I mean, that's fair enough. Let's make that. Whoop. Boom. Request for exists. That is A-OK. Let's find it. Boom. That looks a lot different, but whatever. Update email request should be right here. We definitely need to update that a fair bit, but whatever. Emails controller. And then we need the API routes. Now you need to make API course and manage it. I guess we can do that. But actually, let's do that. Let's do that. So in routes API. Just for now. Because we don't actually want to post them. We want to, this is the email service, and what's the command? Actually, no, then we're gonna make a command to download and save. I'm a little bit skeptical on this one, but we'll run it anyway. Let's see what happens. Oh wait, I added a die in there. So absolutely nothing will have happened. That still doesn't look like it did anything, so let's refresh this. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Like I said, I was a bit questionable. It looked pretty questionable at best. So it's also just not logging anything, which is probably bad. I feel like I'm missing. Oh, I didn't register the command. That makes sense. Or insert scheduled, run it every 50 minutes. That also doesn't look like it's the right command. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so let's throw this bad boy in here. So this is in kernel. Hang on, wait, what? In console. That makes sense. Oop. There is no console. Where is that big thing that clears all of the Laravel history? Like clears all the caches and all that shit. Not showing up. Clear cache. There we go. Boom. Right, now let's list these. This I'm unsure about still because commands, controller, requests, jobs. Nope. Nope. No commands in the email namespace, that is fine. Let's jump back into this one and we'll run the same thing. So then we can run that. And where is it getting this from? Oh. Yeah, I think I need to redo or undo. Nope, yep. There's definitely something missing from this if it isn't showing up. Console commands, console commands, console command, console command, email services, and the models. Signature, that's fine. That's also fine. Description. Oh, hang on. That also should be fine. Yeah, it's just not showing up. Oh, wait a second. There we go. I didn't save it properly. My bad. My bad. Boom. All right, there we go. Now it looks like it's actually doing what it should be doing. Let's check the database, see if things are going to be populated. It's probably going to take like 30 seconds or so just to run that. Cool. And let's just check jobs and schedules because we should have things in here at this point. Events, gates, client, blah, blah, blah. Emails being successfully fetched and stored. Let's check that. That looks like they have, in fact, successfully been fetched and stored. 34 total. Cool. Type. Oh, you know, that's accurately assess them. So, body. That is not the body. We do need to fetch the body, unfortunately, but only for the initial applications. So secret commands, we can ignore them. The confirmation ones are the ones we need to grab. The thing what's it's for. So, has responded, application, submitted confirmation. So how did I do that? No, I don't think it was that one. It was... The craziest thing is that the ladies that came up with this song as they were singing it, they were filing for bankruptcy. But they don't want no scrubs. Yep. So for these ones, I do actually want to grab the body. I probably don't want it text HTML. If I can define it as Maxine. No, it's just a mail ID. Yeah, that's fine. Oh shit, actually. Text plain is what we're gonna grab. And then we're going to jump into this one. Email data. We actually will pull in the body flap. Alright, so let's run this again. I have no clue. Like, I don't think I've added anything to like validate, check that there's only going to be one entry. So we probably going to end up with 68 in here, which is a-okay for now. No real issue. It'll probably take a fair bit longer to populate because there are 7 successful you've successfully applied emails, and each of those will then need to get the entire email down. Oop, where do we get here? Undefined property ID. Ooh, rough. Undefined property class ID at service. Does that one go? That can stay up because I think I need it. But I think it's this, yeah. Mail info. Mail IDs, mails info. Fuck, how can I access the ID? Surely I've got one. Nope. Yep, there we go. I mean, the ID is fucking there. What are you talking about? All right, maybe we go. Can't access the ID, property of mail info, object. Let's just see if it can fix it. It can't fix it. Alright, so mail's info. Turns an array. The array definitely has ID. So maybe it just isn't an object and we just need to grab it by the definition in the array. So let's try this again. Or not. Cannot use a class as an array. What are you talking about? All right, fuck it, we did in. Fuck it, we're just gonna dump it, see what we can get. Because this should be it. Like, this should be what we get out of it. And this is a thing that is definitely there. All right, cool. There we go. So what do we have? Nothing. Absolutely nothing useful. How annoying. All right, so get the mail info, and then assumably we could iterate over it. Mail info. Array map assign the mail ID to the mail info. I have no clue if that'll work, so let's DD it here as well. Because this message ID is absolutely useless. That's from address. It sucks that it takes so long for all of these scrapes of the email, which is really annoying. Hang on. I know that's fine. I just want more information, please. Actually, let's do this. Emails. View it. Can't view it. Nope. Cannot use object standard class as array. Whatever. Mail info, mail info. Mail info equals mail info ID. 112. So that's here. try that. All right, nice. That actually looks like it's behaving. Cool, and we can access the ID as well. Nice, so that's working. So at this point, we can now access the ID here. And we can pull it all in properly. Sweet. I'm going to run that. I'm actually going to truncate the table while we wait. And once it populates, we should have the correct data there. How exciting. Oop, nope. UID does not exist. Why the fuck is it looking for UID? What the fuck? UID. UID also does exist. I can see it here. Get mail. Oh, fuck. Is it meant to be going for the UID, not the fucking mail ID? Oh my god, that is just insane. I'm at cheddar. UID does not exist. What? Get me out. Fucking. Gives me conniptions. Oh, I think I might have truncated the wrong table. I did. Lol. All right, timed out. Nice. I'm worried that it might actually time out in this as well. I'm hoping the timeout here is just an Nginx timeout. Let's see what else. Oop. Let's just add a bit of space there so we can see the error logs if and when they come in. Right, it's still running, I think. Taking a very long time to do this. Very, very long time to do this. Let's switch out to this template, honestly. Not this template, this layout. I quite enjoy it. Oop. Allegedly, it's finished. That looks good to me. Yeah, I think that actually has worked. Like, let's just see how. Oh, fuck, what did I do? Oh, fuck. It took that long to get 34 emails. Let's just check the how long that ran for. Actually, let's run a refresh and we'll go commands. No, commands. I mean, 41 seconds allegedly it ran for isn't too bad, but I feel like it definitely ran for longer than 31 seconds. Anyway, that is a-okay. All things considered. All right, so from that, up next, I want to pass that for everything that has not response, everything that is categorized as a confirmation. I want to pass the body, and I want to strip out that seek job ID, this one here, and find it in the job listings and mark it as applied on the date that I received the email. Cool. All right. I'm going to make another command to do that, and I'm going to set that. Actually, I could do. No, I'm going to make another command for that. Fuck it. PHP artisan make command. Actually, maybe we want to pipe that into Redis, into the Redis queue as a message, and we can pub sub to it. So every time a new email comes in that is valid and a confirmation of a email, we can grab it and pass it. That sounds like a good idea to me. So let's go back to wherever the fuck this is. Not that one. Maybe not that one. I've just got way too many windows open. I don't think it's any of these. So it must be in this one. What is this? That's pulse. Caching. Horizon. Nope. Nope. Actually, let's go database, Redis, and then we can see if we can find pub/sub in here. We can. Great. Right, so subscribe to a Redis channel. Let's just run this and see what it does. Boom. What is that doing? Let's visit /publish, I think it was. Yep, let's do that and see if it's picked it up. It has picked it up. Nice. Cool. So we are, more importantly, we're going to need a, not a subscriber, a publisher. And actually, that looks like that's all it takes to publish. So we can set it probably in, in the command. Store email, update email, fetch emails, yeah. So we're going to want to publish each of these. So we're going to need the Redis object, the Redis class in there. And then we can just grab that, jump down, and that is this. So we can go boom. The channel that we're going to publish to is seek application confirmation, and the value is going to be subject from body and receive that. No, we don't want now. What the fuck? Hang on. That is wrong. Whatever. I'm just going to leave it as it is. It is a shame that that runs for so long. So what we can probably do is not do this. Or maybe we should just post it here. Because if I run that again, and I'm going to need to subscribe to it as well. So I'm going to need 2 instances running. So I'm going to need to connect back in here and run PHP artisan. I've forgotten the command already. Redis subscribe. And I will just double check that the Redis subscription, Redis subscribe. Right, so subscribing to the test channel. And we also wanted to subscribe to the other channel. We probably don't just want to echo it out, but that'll do for now. What was it? Seek application confirmation. Boom. Boom. And then we'll handle this properly later down the line. So we want to have artisan. Oop, wrong one. Boom. And then we're going to run that again. And this is going to take the same amount of time, like a while. Actually, let's just hit this again real quick so we can get a nice little comment. And we'll see if everything correctly spits out into there. I'm pretty sure I should also actually have a scheduled job for pulling all of the thingamabobs from Seek. So I'm not too sure why that isn't registered. I think I just forgot to register it. Not caching, not notifications. It is a scheduling. Scheduling artisan commands. Job method, maybe you schedule queue job. And let's check jobs. Oop. Read error on connection to Redis. So I assume it worked, but there's just a read error. Curious. Resubscribe to it. Let's just check this. Yeah, that looks like I'd expect it to for now. And then as this populates, I'd expect it to add more info into that. But anyway, fetch seek listings. Oh, actually, we didn't set it. We did get seek emails in there though. So we want to jump in here, into there. And it crashed again. Let's just check Redis to see. Yeah, there's nothing in there, so I'm not too sure why it's crashing. How curious. Well, this is because it's trying to subscribe to multiple channels. And that is what the issue is, but I wouldn't imagine that would be causing the issue. Actually, you know what? Let's go test. Blah. Sent. It didn't catch that, so let's send that to this channel. Boop. Yeah, read that one correctly. All right, so allegedly it's fetched them at this point, and there we go. That has successfully added everything to the Redis queue, or the pub sub, as expected. But let's check if it's spat it out properly here. It has not. Curious. How curious. I don't know if Redis is read once and then like read and deliver once and then delete it, or if I connect to this channel now, if it will fetch them. I don't think it will, but let's run that. Actually, hang on. Let me just copy this goddamn thing. General confirmation, boom, publish. Yeah, no, it has not read that. Read a subscribe, that is saved. Let's just get rid of that one. Let's send that. Oop. Why can't I paste that? How annoying. I want to clear it. I just want to get the messages. Let's just run a report over it. What do we got? Set a password. Cheers. Yeah, I guess there just straight up isn't anything in there. Yeah, it's just not using it. That is fine, I guess. But yeah, if it's gonna be a bit iffy, yeah, why is this the case? Oop. Boom. Yeah, no, that worked. That did not work. Oh yeah, no, that worked. Yeah, I'm unsure why Redis is dying on me, but maybe instead of trying to put so much information in it, we can just put in the emails. Yeah, it has doubled up on them. That's fine. Let's go. Boom. Truncate. Yes. All right, yeah, let's not get too silly with this for now. Let's just set the job for scraping the jobs. Where's the queues? Yeah, let's just check that. Yeah, so it should queue. Don't care. Job middleware allows you to wrap custom logic around the execution of jobs. Would you boilerplate? Um. mm, I don't want any of this. I literally just want to dispatch it. Once you reach a job class, you may dispatch it on the job itself. Argument past the dispatch method will be given to the job's constructor. The sync driver, the default driver queue. In some cases, job may have default delay configured, need to bypass it. SQS maximum delay of 15. Dispatch after response. If you like to dispatch jobs immediately. Oh, fuck. I'm a little bit confused. I'm very confused. It's fucking like 3 a.m. My brain is shutting down on me. Dispatching a particular connection, don't care. I literally just want to dispatch the job multiple times. So queue work, let's just go queue, like, where is it? There we go. PHP artisan, queue. Can we list? Clear, list all failed, flush all of them, delete, listen for given queue. Prune, restart queue worker, retry back. Okay, so work. Let's just hit that and see processing jobs from the default queue. What is in the default queue? Let's try Pulse instead. Now what's this going to do? Let's check out Pulse. Refresh it. What do we have? We don't have any queues listed. God damn. We don't have any jobs listed. God damn. So that's useless. Migrate. Nope. Livewire. Nope. Nope. Let's go event list just to see what we've got in here. Got a lot of events. None of the ones that we want though. Let's just list the channels as well, just to see what channels we have available. I don't have anything, that's fine. Alright. Yeah. Let's just get ChatGPT to do this because I am tired. Boom. Fetch seek listings, and that is scrape job listings is this command. Boom, 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 boom. Just do it for me, bro. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that either. Nope. Make a job for it and add to queue. I probably shouldn't, but like this probably shouldn't be in there, but whatever. This is not what I want at all. No. Call the command from the job. Ah, cool. Yeah, that's all it is. Allegedly. So from a controller or from Tinker? I want to run that on a schedule which it said I could do from somewhere else. What was it? Scheduling. Where? What file do I put this in? Goddamn. Routes console file. Okay, yeah, no, my bad. That's actually literally right here. Let's do this. Grab that. Actually, let's just see if there is anything explicitly about scheduling jobs in a... Nope, wrong thing. I've lost it again. Task, there we go. Scheduling queued jobs. Schedule job, blah, blah, blah. All right. Boom. Oop. Boom. Boom. All right, let's hope that that works. And is there anything else that I need to run? That, I guess. Boom. All right, not found. Let's check jobs. Let's get CK mouse. Wait, no, wrong one. Fetch seek listings. Hang on. Boom. Boom. I think the name's just wrong, or this hasn't saved. One of the two. Yep. Nah. I'm gonna rename that file because that's frequently an issue. Oh, hang on. No, cancel that. Boop. And let's hit it. Nope, not that one. Let's hit it. All right. Let's check if it's picked up the queue and the job here. Doesn't look like it. Let's see if pick up the job here. Also no. Do you have a schedule? Also no. It is getting a little bit late. I might call it pretty soon. Like, I just want to get this working and then I'll probably call it. Oh, actually, I don't know if that's even crashed or not. Schedule jobs, run 5 minutes, append output to... Actually, can we just set this to run like every minute or something? Because I'm unsure why they would be not running and not showing up. Provide the keyword command, the job will be retried indefinitely. Try the return 5 time-based attempts, max exceptions, keyword timeout. I don't want a timeout. Job batching. All right, let's actually run this so we can get a bit more information. Let's kill that and run that. Let's check Q. Q. Actually, let's read us. And we'll run again. Let's see if Redis has anything to say about that. Nope. Do we have any other data? Do you have any other databases in this? No. All right, cool. Oh, there we go. We have stuff being fired off. Thanks for the follow. I am very low energy ATM because it's like 3 a.m. and I've been fucking with this shit for a hot minute. I promise I'm normally more entertaining, but we'll get there in the end. It looks like the jobs are actually attempting to run. But livewire, dump watcher, queue restart. Yeah, it doesn't actually look like we're getting fucking. Check this one. Refresh it. Again, no queues listed. Check this one. Boom, boom, boom. Schedule. Nothing jobs, nothing batches, nothing cache. Okay. Let's check logs. No logs either. Let's see what Redis has to say. It's just restarting pulse. There is the messages that we sent like 19 minutes ago when we passed the emails. Channel list, event list, that's all fine. I'm not too sure whether the schedules just aren't being yeah. Redis, queue connection, that should be fine. Services, we don't need to worry about that. Searching telescope tinker at auth cache. Let's switch this out to Redis as well. It's because Redis has enough reason by itself. Database. We do have this actually set to MySQL, so that's fine. I've actually never used Redis as a proper database. I've only used it as a caching system and a PubSub messaging system. I don't need to worry about that. I don't know why I went into it. Pulse enabled, storage driver. I mean, that's fine. Ingest, 7 days, blah, blah, blah. Probably want to record over, over the API as well, but whatever. Now let's check the read scan. Like, it's definitely firing. It's definitely firing off the queue. Can I like full screen this bad boy? There we go. None of these look like the one that I want and expect to be calling. It hasn't called my emails, and it hasn't pulled the job listings. God damn. Queue worker is running. Alternatively, really run queue listing command. You don't have to manually restart the worker when you want to reload your update your code. Significantly less efficient. All right, you know what? Well, hang on. Let's do exactly that. Let's kill this, run that. And let's check Redis again. Dump watcher expired, blah, blah, blah. These are just caches and optimizations from the looks of it. Unique jobs require cache driver that supports locks. That's fine. Why is it just not running my goddamn job? Actually, let's run this and just see what it spits out. Let's go up to enter the jobs, run job script command. No parameters needed. I don't think. Well, according to ChatGPT, and I don't really trust it that much, but all right, let's just get back to task schedule. In your routes console file. To get started, take a look at this example. Initial scheduling closes your single workable objects. Let's check this. Let's kill that one. Yeah, we have both of these listed in them. Due 3 minutes from now. Okay. I guess I can wait 3 minutes and see if it runs. I guess. As long as it doesn't time out, which is also a possibility. Yeah, all right. Now it's actually using readers properly. That is good. I'm gonna clear all those messages there. Let's run this. Data summary, absolutely nothing. Fuck, I don't remember how to use this. It's been ages. Can I just go like select all? Select not supported by workbench. Blop, blop. Subscribe, sync, script debug, hello. Hello is a command apparently, so let's just run that real quick. Boom. Ooh, what the fuck? Okay, fair. I just give you information on the instance from the looks of it. Let's see if there is a way to fire off a specific task in non-scheduled manner. Data constraints, time between constraints, environment constraints, time zones. Oh, okay. So allegedly we need to be running this every goddamn minute. That is annoying. I didn't know that was a thing. That is really annoying that it needs a cron thing set up for it. Alright, let me just check that I've got work. Artisan queue work, but not schedule work. So let's run that one. And hopefully we'll now have something a bit more interesting over here. Dump watcher queue restart. That's caching. Due 5 seconds from now. Okay, so allegedly they're both going to start in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Should be running now. I can't spot it. Whoop. Never mind. That is definitely a something. It's definitely something. Readers eliminate support. Now let's just run this again. Due 4 minutes. So allegedly they have ran. Let's refresh this. It doesn't look like they have. Do you have any feedback from this? All right, yeah, so apparently scraping the jobs only took less than half a second, and that is a fucking lie. So, oh, no, it's still running. That is okay then. That is the run scrape command is currently still running. So hopefully we'll also get some messages piped out here when they're done. Let's check this one and see if we've got the information we expect. We do. There we go. We have a singular queue. Failed 0, processed 0, processing 0. That is not good. Oh wait, nope, there we go. And let's check this. Okay, the schedule, there we go, cool. All right, so that looks like it's actually running. View job. Allegedly is fully run. Or it started, one of the two. I'm unsure if it is finished or not. Okay, so that one's run 2.5 minutes ago. Runs great jobs. So this should hopefully be populated. It's not populated. Yeah, that's what it should be running. It looks like this is still running. So maybe I actually shouldn't be running it in Redis. That might be my bad. It might need a direct connection with the database. Scrape job listings, run scrape job command. So we've got both of them in there. Both of them should run. Both of them should be fine. Use local bin PHP, scrape jobs. That should be good. View job. Job null. Chain null. I can't see that because I've got the screen keys in the way. Alright, 38 seconds. I can give it 38 seconds to run. If it doesn't work after that and doesn't seem like it's running, I'm just gonna manually fire it off and call it a night. For a day. 14, 13, 12, 10. Well, 10. All right, let's jump over to this one because this is where it will show up. Ooh. 1 second. 1 second. That just ain't right. Artisan call. Let me just check that I'm calling that correctly. Let's go back up to the top. Let's do it that way. Boom. Actually, hang on. No. In here. Boom. And we're just going to grab the command. That's great. And we are going to run this every minute because fuck it, why not? And I'm actually going to also append output to that just to see if that works. Cool. So that's going to fire in 23 seconds. And we'll find out what happens then. Like, I can see that the queue is processing. Like, we can see that it's firing off here. It might be timing out, which, oh, hang on, there's a Redis exception. Oh, 35 minutes ago, no, that's fine. Here's the schedule. Happened 1 second ago. Job 2 minutes ago and 7 minutes ago. And let's check them. Oh, well, wait, no, that's wrong. Fail jobs, nothing jobs, nothing batches. Doesn't seem to be working. All right, so there we go. So that's actually running the artisan scrape, and it is running for 1 second, and that's it. That just ain't right. Anyway, fuck it, we're running it manually. Scrape jobs. Boom. Oh, fuck me. I'm an idiot. I'm a fool, an absolute buffoon. That doesn't work for the fucking scraping doesn't work when it's ran from inside the Docker container. All right, that is entirely on me. Let's drop this out, drop this out. I'm just going to leave that as it is. I'm going to exit this. I'm going to jump into the, actually, let's just delete that entirely. Jump into the environment file and set the database to something that I can connect to from the host. And I'm going to run it from here. Artisan. Oop, Redis not found. Okay, actually that is fair. Damn it. All right, let's just undo all of those. Nope, let's not undo all of those. That Redis queue connection is going to be database. And cache store is what's going to be database. Annoying that I have to do that, but whatever. Let's run this, make sure that'll work. Cool. And what was it? Queue up. Boom, boom. Processing job. Queue. Oh, actually, was it schedule work or queue work? I think it's schedule work. Boom. Oop. Yeah, there we go. I think. Maybe. We'll find out. Let's check this. This probably won't work either now that we can't connect to the database. Yeah. Shit. All right. All right. This has failed. Let's see if I can cat that log. Job scraping complete. We just run it. We're running it. All right, there we go. This will take a little while to run. Job listings. There we go. 400, 500, 600, 700, 750, 8, 9, 933, 1,000 job listings. Still going. Let's hit refresh. We're sitting at 2,000, 2,100. All right, I'm gonna drop this. Go back to the other overlay. This is cool. Ooh, where did that go? Where for not subscribers? What's that other one? It's just like a follow. Fucking hang on, what is it? Followers, that's one. We're 4 followers away from the next goal. So if you've enjoyed watching me absolutely make a fool of myself for the last little while, hit that button, like, subscribe, all that shit. Give me a small loan of $1 million. Yeah. Hope everyone's had an enjoyable time. Cheers for the follow. Well, I think I've definitely done something wrong because I'm now at 5,600 jobs scraped. So either I have lowered the criteria, like expanded the criteria far more than I was expecting on the scrape. So now I've got 6,000 of those bad boys in there. But whatever, we won't worry about that. And the other thing that I need to do is scrape my emails real quick. Boom. What is it? Emails fetch. Let's just see how fast this is running from. Okay, never mind. I can't do it from my thingamwhat's from the Docker host because I don't have all of those PHP extensions installed. Oh shit! Actually, that won't work because the database is wrong. There we go. All right, that should. Whoop, nope. That should be good now. Let's give this a refresh. 6,000 database, no applied. And after this is done, the emails, I'll really quickly take a look at getting something to scrape the email body, match it up with the ID of the job listing, and enter in the application data, response, etc., applied date, application outcome, all that stuff really, really quickly. And then I'm gonna go to sleep because I'm tired. Actually, also let's check Redis just to see what's going on in it while we're here. Yeah, fetching the emails will take a while. Unfortunately, whatchamacallit, it's just slow. Like just the Yahoo scrape, like it's not even scraping it. It's just every time I make a request to Yahoo, it takes like 5 minutes. The reason I use Yahoo as my like legitimate primary email is that no one believes that it is my legitimate primary email. So like I'm unlikely to end up with like spam from shit. or people who like try to sign you up for shit that you aren't really interested in. They think that you're giving them a fake email, so they don't like bother hassling it. But yeah, no, I use Yahoo. The calendar is horrible though. I use Gmail specifically for the calendar and a couple other things, mainly OAuth, but the calendar is amazing. Let's let that finish. Jump back over to this. Jump into whoop. Oh no, that's job scraping. What else we got? Script job listing, fetch emails. Nope. Sanitize, apply for jobs, fetch emails, get seek emails. Nope. Run scrape job. Nope. Email service. Is this still not done? I'm trying to work out like where I'm sitting with it. User emails, that's fine. Emails controller, right. I think that's what I need. Emails controller and emailer controller. Oh, the email controller is for sending emails. The emails controller is for emails. So we don't want to do that. We want to pass exactly that. That is exactly what I want to do. I don't actually know if we want what we want to take in. I'm trying to work out if we want to just grab all of the emails and then we'll pass them that way, or if we want to take in a specific email and pass it out that way. You know what, let's do both. So we're gonna get all emails. What did I set it to? Emails, the type, where type is application. Boom, boom. And then pass the email body to extract that. So we're going to take in, actually, if this is going to return a JSON response, we're going to take in a JSON response. I don't know if I can do that. And we're going to return a string, I guess. So this doesn't actually match what it is at all, but it's good enough for now. Emails allegedly have been fetched. Cool. Actually, so it's confirmation, I think it's the one that we need to find. Yep, cool. So we need to go in here where type is, oop, fuck. Confirmation, get all of them. And then we want to go through it and we want to grab this. That looks good to me. So at that point, we then want to match it with a job application and update all that kind of good stuff. But in the meantime, let's just add an API route to make sure that it'll work. API. Hang on, what was that? Fuck, where was I? This is the emails controller. I don't know if I even have the emails controller referenced in the API. Oh yeah, no, I do. Cool. Get specific email. Emails ID. Nope, I don't want show. I want get application. Whoa, hang on. Actually, yes, let's do that just so I can see them all. Emails, not show. Get applications, and we'll do that. And we hit that. Cool. That looks okay to me. That's exactly what I was expecting to see. And then we want to pass application ID. Oops, shit. API. Actually, let's jump back here. And we're going to get all application IDs from emails. And we want to return it in a JSON response. So we're just gonna run that, and that looks good. Cool. Boom, boom, and now we're going back into the API. Route emails, nope. Boom. Emails slash. Actually, let's just go emails ID. Just check that it's all looking okay. Emails ID, internal server error, must be a type of JSON response. That is fair enough. That is. Boom. Hang on, what was it that we passed? Yeah, but now we'll give it an email. That's fine. But it's A-OK. Oop. I don't know if that's right. Yep, nope, that's cool. And that is all of the job IDs that I've applied for from those emails. And let's just do a real quick. Actually, I'll probably make a command for it. Oh, hang on. Actually, no. I want to go back here because I need the date. Received at. So we need to throw that in there as well. Pass application ID. So this is only return the application IDs. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make a multi-dimensional. Go down. All right, boom. What this is gonna be? This is gonna be ID. Application IDs. Nope. We want this to be received at. Nope, that's not what I wanted to copy. Oh, let's just check that looks about right. Refresh. That has not done what I wanted it to do. I also have a feeling this won't work either. Yep. So we're going to need to push it. Oop. Fuck. Hang on. I'm just brain dead doing this. This is just getting the better of me. That looks about right. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And is there anything else that I wanted to add to it? So let's jump into job listings. Applied, application outcome, applied date, updated at. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Delete all of that. Oh, hang on. Maybe not all of that shit. No, we can delete all that shit. I think. Yes, cool, perfect. Then let's make another command. Boom, PHP artisan. Make command. Update job applications. Let's jump into that. And then we're gonna jump back, grab this. Oh, not that. And what do we need to do? We need to grab, fetch the emails. No. Get all of the emails from the database and update the job applications. Actually, let's just do the first one. Public function get emails. Emails controller get emails. That looks wrong. Get application IDs is what I want to call them. Boom. And then, hang on, I'm going to need to get the model. Use app models email. Use app models job. That's not what I want to do. Update all the job applications by the job ID. Yeah, that's probably about it. Prom. Alright, emails, return void. Alright, let's just eyeball this one real quick because this could be a bit off. Where job ID, email job ID. Get the first one. If it finds one, set apply to true, application outcome pending. That's fair enough, actually. And applied date should not be now. It is received at, which actually I think I've set that to now anyway, which is unfortunate. Email received at. All right, cool. Now let's just run this bad boy. Yoink. Boom. All right, let's check if that worked. And we can do it by searching for one of these. Where job ID equals that. Well, that's embarrassing. Any of these jobs going to exist? Oh, there we go. Cool. A lot of duplicates right there. How many? 23 total. Doesn't seem like it has actually updated it. Any of them. Applied is false for all of them still. Right, so why is that? Because I haven't saved it. That would be why. Let's run it again. And we'll hit this again. Still looking the same. What is going? Oh fuck me! I forgot to call it. That's probably a necessity. Cool. What do we got? Argument 1: emails must be a type array. JSON response given. We could probably go. Damn, what was it? It needs an array. We got a JSON response. Do we need that? How the fuck do I convert a JSON response to an array? Like off the top of my head, is that right? To array does not exist. All right, let me grab this. Boom, boom, boom. Whoop. Boom. Whoop, shit. To array. today, please, Google? Oh, it's just straight up JSON decode. Okay, cool. Alright, let's hit this shit. Emails me to type array null given. That's even worse. Let's do this. See what we get in it. Boom. Well, it looks fine. Actually, that does look exactly like what I want, isn't it? No, it isn't. I only want the content or the data. ID received at ID received. Hang on, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? I guess we just go for the items. Like what? Understand logic here, but it's called response error type. Just decode response. Just true. And it's a bit of a weird conversion. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Eloquent serialization. Let's check out that discussion. That's a bit peculiar. Maybe I just shouldn't return. Hang on. So this takes in an array. And if I was to JSON decode it, what would we get? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So get emails. Okay. To array. Doesn't exist. Like I probably just shouldn't return it as a thing wants it, but whatever. I don't want to have to serialize it and deserialize it. Get your answer for each loop in a collection. JSON decode. Create a new collection instance from the array. From the array. What the fuck is this? Let's. We're just getting silly with it at this point. Nope. Nope. What the fuck? So that is fucking to array. Hang on. Undefined variable collection. It looks like I have just made a typo. Throw that in that. Boom. Whoop, wrong thing. Nope. To array doesn't exist. How am I so silly? Let's just do a search for this real quick. But we just don't return it as I mean, hang on. No, I do want the fucking JSON. What the hell? Get emails. That should give me JSON. I don't want to decode it. I want that. And let's just fucking take in JSON. Oh, or a string, I guess. Can I go JSON? Is that allowed? I don't think so. string, and then we want to JSON pass that. Email JSON decode. That should be about right. Nope. Oh, fuck. Must be of type array object null given. So what do we have coming in here? Pretty much what we want, I guess. Kind of. Not really. Why is this giving me what I want from the API? Like this is exactly what I want. Why is it giving it to me there, but not? Okay, what if I just return JSON code? What does that do? Let's check that. Nope. Type. Oh, hang on. No, because I specified the return type. All right, that is okay. Let's try this again. I don't know if that's any better. Nope. All right, what do we have? ID received at. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I'm an idiot. We don't have job ID. It just is ID. All right, that's that. This is horrible code. Let's do another search for this. Let's search for this one. Where job. Oh, no. Job. Where job ID equals this nothing. Let's go for the next one. Boom. Alright, come on, one of these. Okay, perfect. That one has been updated that I've applied for it. Got the application date. Application outcome is pending. Finally, that is working. Let's check this. Let's go to the home page for the dashboard. And then I can actually set it. Oh, hang on. What the fuck is this? Where the fuck is that error from? What? For each argument, dashboard seek on 76. I actually have no clue what that error, why that error would be occurring. Dashboard seek on 76. For each job as jobs. Huh? There's no reason that I actually should be returning that. We should be getting something back from that. Yeah, that was weird. No, oh no, that is complaining. And we're not getting any additional information off it. Session aggregate job listing where applied equals 1. Hang on. There's no reason that actually should be dying on me like that. That's where are my errors. Nope. 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 This. Current loop for each current loop job and inc loop last loop. Context is ID1 stack trace. Yes, what's the error again? For each argument must be a type array object not given. We have things listed in the jobs. What are they talking about? Like the job listings are there. Why is this complaining? That's gonna be in the seek controller, I think. Yes. Count. Get temp per page. Applied. We have applied, right? Yep, applied can be one. Jobs. Let's do that. See what's nothing. Why is it not getting any jobs? Why? How has that happened? What? I actually have no clue what the fuck and how the fuck I broke that. Let's just comment that out, right? Like it'll probably error out for another reason, but yeah. Let's do that. No. All right, let's go back. Let's jump into the jobs model. There it is. Create it out, update it out. Get jobs, temp per page, this applied job. If this applied jobs, oh, that would be the one. Why the fuck is that like that? Why the fuck is that listed like that? That is just stupid. Why the fuck did I do that? Anyway. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, so total applied. I don't know if that's limited by this or if I can jump through to a fine one that I have actually applied for. Actually, you know what? Let's set it to, let's get fucking 100 of them because there is thousands, so it doesn't matter. Boom. All right. To the next page. And the next page. None of these seem to have an application on it. Anyway, so this applied. Oop. Let's grab this. Counter applied. All right, yeah, no, so we need to jump into that. Nope, not that one. Or that one. Maybe it's this one. Maybe that is the one that we went with. Live wire counter, array count, let's count. Let's do a quick split so I can see it a bit better. Live component, counter applied. See, count, mount. We take in the count, then we set the count, whatever we pass in. Live wire counter applied count is this count or 0. So we just need to pass in to counter applied seek, I'd assume. Or maybe not. Where is that referenced? It's not referenced anywhere. So that's a bit weird. Just double check that I spell that correctly. Let's check this one. Pagination link, and up the top somewhere, applied. Applied count is applied count. Counter applied seek. This one. Flight count. I'm a little bit worried that this is going to be a typo sort of a thing going on. It's like this one's literally just called counter up here, and that works. This one is counter dash applied seek, and this is counter applied seek. Oh, unless I need to like actually explicitly go like, whoop. Like that. Maybe not. Nope. Select all from where applied equaled 1. Yeah, there's a couple. 5. So we should be getting 5. On mount, you know what? Let's DD this applied count. And refresh it. 0. Alright, so oh yeah, there we go. It was just a typo. Just wanted specific nomenclature that I was not aware of. Cool, there we go. So you can see there's 6,000 database. I've applied for 5. Gang shit. Oh shit, the camera's been dead for ages. Holy shit. Alright. Well, catch you all next time. Stick around for a bit. I'm gonna send you all in a raid. Don't forget to like, subscribe, give me $1 million, all that good stuff. Raid, brother. Boom. Right. What looks interesting? I'm gonna send you all the way some vibe coding. Have a good night, everyone. Get good rest, etc., etc. It's gonna let the raid timer time out and send you along the way.